Hey, the good boy. Tonight is gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, that. Don't be stubborn, okay? Zanim yezini dunia de aina shisha tindani na raso. The mayor ya wa fume ki kausa. Oh dear. Ade. Oh, yabo. Kasi ngola na yo. Ni musena na su ki kan ya ma bi sa ko su ni na su. So it is go. Ni kacho. Okay.
6:30.
You're trying to reach is on another call. Please stay on the line or call back later. The number you're trying to reach is on another call. Please stay on the line or call back later. Sorry, person you called cannot answer at the moment. Please try again later.
The baby is sleeping.
So good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My people around me, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I am rather. Hello, good morning.
Good
morning,
Doc.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You're welcome.
Why you scared me? Because they say I should turn my volume up. My volume is 100%. So I don't know what's happening. Can you not hear me very well?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes, Doc, we can hear.
Okay.
Yes,
You are welcome
sir.
to this class.
Doc, please, how are you?
I'm doing well by His grace, so I'm doing well. Hope you too.
We are under pressure.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Oh. And we are going to still mount more pressure on you. Look at us. Oh. No mercy for that. No mercy for the cripple. The pressure, no mercy for the pressured person. Still, you continue to mount pressure on you. It is well. Say to your spirit and your soul, it is well.
It's well, Doc.
Very good, very good, very good. It's indeed well. So longer our Savior lives, it is well. Yes. Last week, did a few topics. We skipped transportation, we discussed this case study, and that was where we ended. And it's about inventory. That's where we ended. Today we continue, like I said, our discussions on supplier relations management. Is there any question? Is there any question from our last week discussions? A lot of microphones are on. I'm listening to your bedroom talk, okay, with your guy, or with your lady. I'm listening, I'm recording. Vinolia. Is it vinolia or vinolia?
Hello, sir.
The microphone is on.
Okay, sir.
So you all take the cue to switch off the microphone. Mute it, please. Yes, is there any questions that we can ask? Is there any questions for last week's discussions? Okay, so today you continue our discussions. We have only 2 weeks left, and you're supposed to exhaust the discussions on the slides because questions have already been sent for moderation and note and number. So we need to discuss whether we do discuss all thoroughly or not. You're going to write exams on them. So we need to be. So today there will be fewer interruptions. There will be discussions as usual, but brief. If even examples should be brief, so at least you can make do with the time, the remaining topics. Now we are zooming into another key area of supplier relations management. Supplier relations management. Now, if you listen If you hear the name supplier relations management, there's one part of the management in the supply chain. Is it in the upstream or downstream? Somebody should tell me. We are going to look at relationships that we develop in the chain, but this one is the supplier relations management. So is it downstream or upstream? Is it downstream or upstream? Hello. Even though I said there will be limited questions and interruptions and whatever, please, when I ask you, I just want to drive you home here to Magbawe. Hey, Cassandra, supplier relations management, is it? Yes, Cassandra's hands are up.
It's
Hi,
from
sir.
up.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, sir. So, sir, I think for supplier relations management, it could be both upstream and downstream. Because if you are the supplier supplying to a customer, then basically you are upstream to the to the customer. However, if you are the customer, then you also need to manage your suppliers in that same way. So
That is
it could be both upstream and downstream.
very good. That's a very intelligent response. But here, the focus is going to be on the upstream. So you focus yourself as the buying organization, okay, as the focal organization. And so your upstream is the suppliers. So anytime a topic is raised, position yourself, okay, as the first as the focal organization, and then see which organizations fall under your upstream and which under your downstream. Yeah, so it is indeed very important that we manage the relationships throughout the chain. Okay, we and the distributors, we and the retailers, and even we with the customers. But if we have less questions to answer, then we need to work on the upstream partners, because it is their output that you add value to make your to also make your output. So you receive their output, you add value, and then you also send it, and it becomes your output. So we're supposed to be careful with them, and also study the relationship that we have. Study the relationship between you, not only you, but your suppliers and suppliers, and how each supplier relates to other supplier in the tiers, okay, supply chain management that we learned some time back. Now, indeed, organization can be successful, okay, if you have an outstanding supply chain partners. Now, if you have an outstanding supply chain partners, okay, you develop. You don't spend much on them, and they help you to fulfill your objectives. And so, if you have an outstanding supply chain suppliers, and you have no good relationship with them, you have not studied the type of relationship that you have. If you don't know the relationship that you have, it is suicidal. You're supposed to know the relationship that you have with your supplier, and then so you'll be able to prefer any remedies for their problems that they give to you. So what we do is that we build supply chain, we build relations. We build supplier relations. We build it. There are some suppliers who have just entered. You can see they have the potential to make your company successful. Okay, you build that company up, building a relationship, and then making both parties exist. So in most situations, we have for a beginning with a supplier, the relationship becomes the traditional. If you say traditional, that's where you see them as other organizations. Their output is you are not so much concerned with their processes. They're not so much concerned with their machines, the technical know-how. You're not so much concerned. All you need is their product from the beginning. And that is the traditional aspect of the supplier relationship. So whether you are using a single source, which always have a deeper relationship, okay, single source, other ones like the multiple suppliers, multiple sourcing. Hey, what is the meaning of multiple sourcing? Multiple sourcing. Basic things we mentioned, and then we just move on. But we're supposed to be basic in our definitions. What do you mean by multiple sourcing? Sourcing. You have single source, but you have multiple. A company can adopt multiple sourcing as well. And what is multiple sourcing? Caroline.
So, my understanding of multiple sourcing is a situation where a company would source one particular product, but from different suppliers. So if supplier A does not have, supplier B might be able to supply them that same item, depending on the situation at hand.
Very good. So sometimes what you do is that like one product coming from 2 or 3 suppliers. Sometimes we share the others among suppliers, and there are reasons for that. Okay, so playing one supplier against another with emphasis on what? The lowest price. That is the traditional cost. So the traditional relationship that we call adversarial relationship, they are the relationship that we do not want so much, even though they are sometimes needed in our relationship. Now we are going to learn much about this basic ones, and then basic through to the last one, the relationship that we have. Now, these are the relationship drivers of relationships. Now, if especially you have a good rapport, a good relationship with another organizations, okay, you build up trust, you increase commitment, there's deeper cooperations and collaborations, quality of interaction. Your meetings is not just casual discussions, casual communication sharing, information sharing, but quality interaction that will bring positive vibes in your organization, both organizations. And there's also transparency, and it's also work on mutuality, and then reciprocity. Okay, so once you build a relationship, these are the things that make the relationship thrive, and that make the relationship also grow faster and faster. So the trust, commitment, cooperation or collaboration, quality of interaction, transparency, and then the mutuality. Now, why do we sometimes worry ourselves to create the relationship? Why do you worry ourselves to create a relationship? We do so because they are the partners that we are going to live with for the rest of our years or for some period of our operations. So there's a need for us to grow with them, and then they will also help us to get our competitive to earn this our competitive advantage, the competitive edge that we are looking for against our competitors. Okay, and so we said they also to help us to gain a strategic footholds. Okay, but strategic footholds. Now, one thing that we also look out for is the synergies of objectives. Okay, the culture, the technology that we always want to have advantage on both sides. Then we have resource aggregation, putting resources together to build Give me one moment there.
All right, do brightness in the kakla when you buy your ya. What be mama tamadina you?
Please.
What? Hey, the party be sharing a jar with you out to work.
Yes, that's similar.
Madam Angelina, please mute it.
I don't draws wrong. It's very serious. Angelina, you're in trouble. You want to draws. Madam Angelina. Meet you. He will meet you by force. A second. I'll be with you soon. Yeah, so we create a supply chain relationship, okay, to gain some of this. Once we create a relationship, as we move further, you understand some of these things in detail. Now, resource aggregating and sharing of facilities, selling of so many goodies between ourselves. We benefit from the supplier benefits from us. Potential reduction in supplier selection and transaction costs, because we have focused on or narrowed to some few suppliers and having a relationship with them. We have moved away from competitive tendering system, where for each time of buying, we need to go through rigorous, lengthy, bureaucratic selection process, which indeed it is not too good for our company. Now, then that brings integration. Once we build a relationship, we go to the extent of integrating or making you part of our organization. Sometimes they integrating you. Okay, so we're going to see how all these management issues in the supply chain, okay, work and how they will help us. Now, what are some of the factors that will influence the closeness of buyer-supplier relationship? Now, you can have a close buyer-supplier relationship, okay, through some of these factors. Okay, we can have a good relationship. We are going to learn this type of relationship before. Let's look at the relationship continuum before we go back to those factors. Now, we have relationship continuum.
Hey. No, stop.
Caroline,
please mute it.
Caroline, thank you for muting it. Now, so we are going to look at the various relationships that we have and the continuum that we have. I'll explain the word continuum that we have within these relationships. Now, the relationship that we have, okay, starts from the transactional relationship. And the transactional relationship is the beginning point of our relationships. Sorry, I'm some issues on the computer. Transactional relationships on the it starts with a transactional relationship. And what we mean is when you start business with our companies, initially we did not know them. And so there's no trust. Everything that we explained from the previous slides are low or no trust or low trust. You've met some companies, it is the first time they've gone through the tendering process, they have won. Who might be this company? What will be their relationship? What will be their delivery, their quality, their this, their that? Okay, so there are so many questions to ask. And so at that stage, you form what you call a transactional relationship. And that's the relationship whereby you don't go into detail of anything. It is my money, your product. Now, and it starts like just like let me give you an example of a news vendor. You and a news vendor, somebody who sells Graphic Times and other published documents by the roadside. You go there and then you look. You stand at the stand. You read through the documents, the paper publications, just the headlines. You have no power to open and flip through to read in detail. Now, if you read through and you get some catchy topics or sensational messages, you just put your money down, 5 cedis, and then you pick up the document without even saying hello or hi. Okay? Now, at that stage, you say it's adversarial. You don't need to build any relationship with the person. Why? Because you don't know him, you don't need him for a long while, for a long period. You don't need him. It's a paper that you are buying. Sometimes you can decide not to greet the person. You just get there, scan through the papers that he has, and then you pick one. You just put your money down without even saying what. If there's a change, then maybe that might lead you to saying a word or two. But if you have the same amount that he's selling, you just put it down and then you pick the item and then you move. There's no need to build any relationship at that time. Okay. In a relationship too, sometimes we build a relationship from the first time. And that's why where some people are so curious when they go to funeral, just within a glance at somebody, it sparks or starts a relationship. Okay, so a relationship one to live from one to the other until it becomes a co-destiny. And we say it's a continuum because there's no barrier between one relationship to the other. From adversarial to transactional, to arm's length to transactional, okay, they are all first-timers of organizations that you think there's no need to worry yourself, because sometimes, what is this again? Sometimes you realize that it's not an area, it's a no-go area for your organization. It's not what you usually buy, okay? And in procurement, you have a new buy. A new buy that's where you have this adversarial arm's length relationship and transaction. Stephen Tete. Stephen Tete. Hello, ladies and gentlemen on the platform. Today we are not managing our platform, our microphones well at all. It draws the discussions back. See, I've stopped and discussing this, and it's taking some minutes away. So please, you have to mute it. Mute it. When you want to say something that you raise your hands, even that one, you can still mute it until you are called. So please, I'm begging you. Yeah, so I was saying that even with the first-timer relationship, those are the adversarial leading to arm's length relationship and then transactional. Okay, before you realize that there should be a closer tactical relationship until you select or you narrow to that supplier, because he's somebody that can understand your business, that can commit their company management and everything to us. Okay, so that leads to outsourcing, strategic alliances, partnership, and then co-destiny. Co-destiny is when we have agreed to stay together. So your destiny should be our destiny. Where we are going is where we are going. Your vision should be what? Reshaped. Your vision should be reshaped, okay, to align itself to my vision. Okay, so we may have different visions and missions, but these have to be reshaped because of the fact that you want to go co-destiny. We want to have put our destinies together. Okay, and that is the last end of the relationship. And that's where if you don't take time, it can even lead to a merger because we are one organization. Now, so at the early stages, sometimes not early stages, but a situation where the relationship is not so close, okay, is the early stages. And then that's where you have adversarial, the arm's length, and then the transactional relationship. Now, we're going to see the characteristics of all these relationships so that at least when you are building supply chain, a relationship with partners, you know which supplier that you need to build which of this relationship. Now, I've explained briefly continuum, and I said it's a continuum because you cannot determine, okay, where adversarial starts and where it ends. Okay, but it builds up with time. And as you develop this relationship, okay, it leads to co-makership and co-destiny, partnership. Okay, now it's just like the relationship, how we met. Sometimes if I give you the opportunity to propose this now, you will tell us how you met somebody who was extremely a stranger to you, but now he or she is your wife or husband. Okay, that's how relationship continuum works. Start one thing moves to the other and to the other and to the other until you decide to go into final stay with that partner. Now let's look at adversarial. Adversarial is the first type. Okay, is the first type. And here buyer and supplier compete to maximize benefits for their own organizations at the expense of the other party. And that's what we call zero-sum game. A situation where one person's gain is exactly balanced by another person's losses. So here it is give and take. Okay, the zero-sum game is a give and take. And adversarial stage, that's you go strictly making sure you win. When he meets you in business, in transaction, he also have the same mindset. He also have the same mindset to win, and that's the zero-sum game. Okay, and that's how it starts. So sometimes you negotiate with no intention of considering him in any way, and that is what adversarial. So you do that by getting the best prices and guide against supplier failure. Contracts are typically short-term to permit opportunities for switching. Opportunity for switching because you've just met the company, you just started doing transaction with that company, and so we're supposed to make sure that you have an avenue to leave the relationship in case they do not matter to you, in case you do not match, in case you don't align. Okay, so what happened is that there should be an opportunity to switch from that company to another company. That's adversarial. You don't have in mind staying with the company for long. That's usually for the beginning. So there's a minimal sharing of information. Why? Why would you share information with such company? Because there is no need. You don't know how confidential he is with some matters which to you are important. Improvements, if any, are unilateral with little cooperation on problem solving. So this is our first time. It's a battle for battle. If it's pound for pound, and you say it's a zero-sum game. So why should I even think about you growing or getting some goodies? Now, so here there's lack of trust, little information sharing, one-off or short-term transaction focus, use of power and negotiation to seek the best possible deal. And there's also what? Rigorous enforced compliance with contract terms. Sometimes you enforce contract terms, whether it is good for him or not. Little cooperation or recognition of mutual interest. My dear, as I explained this one, put this in your marriage or your relationship now. Okay? Initially, that's how the relationship is. And it is so we do with the suppliers. There's lack of trust. You've met this guy, and then you are monitoring and you're watching him. Okay? Studying his background. And so, because there's a little trust, little or no trust at all, because you just met the person. And so the relationship at this stage is what we call adversarial. It's adversarial because it is competitive. Each party wants a game. It's a zero-sum business. Sorry. This is the drawbacks, okay, of adversarial relationship. The emphasis here is on confrontation rather than cooperation. You agree with me? Time and management effort are wasted because each purchase is, in principle, a new negotiation. For each time that you're going to buy, it's like a new thing that you're going to do. You don't consider what happened previously. They may not even be previous transaction. There's more waste arising from what? The size of the supply base. Why? Because at this stage, most of the people are new. So what you have in terms of relationship is the adversarial. And so you waste time on suppliers because you have not narrowed down to a few number of suppliers. So the supply base is few. I mean, you waste time, you waste money, okay, and having the supply base reduced. Suppliers are unlikely to be focused or motivated by small short-term contracts. And let's say potential for improved quality, and then you don't do much work on even the customer's quality things. Now, specification is your specification and it's my specification. This is how we do it. This is how we sell it. This is how we sell to other competitors. No, he's not ready to sit down with you and then listen to your specifications. And so whatever that you do is against its works. How do we manage a transactional relationship? Okay, we do so by putting in strategies that will still continue, help us continue to engage in the person or in the company, okay, and then investing a little time, not too much money, because we don't know the outcome of the relationship. And it is so with the relationship that we have at home, okay, with having a marriage and other things. Now, we just met, so I don't know if you even start discussing your rent. You start discussing, they said, Ghana young lady, that's what they want. The moment they come into your life, then they start discussing rent. Next month or next 2 months. Okay, the moment you start doing that, it is a casual and it is adversarial, it is transactional. So why should you invest? Why should I invest in your rent? Okay, the focus is to reduce costs. Transactional relationship. So cost reduction is very paramount, and so on and so forth. And so these are benefits. We are not saying a transactional relationship does not exist. It exists. We are not saying it is not beneficial. It is sometimes beneficial. Some suppliers, there's no need to go into a longer relationship with them. It is so with life. When we're young guys, you go to a funeral and then somebody is eyeing you or you eyeing the person, and you don't think about anything future. You just think of getting it and then that's all. Okay, it is natural. So there are some people, they will come in your life. You yourself, you know they will not come to stay because you don't want them to come and stay. So what are some of the relationships? Okay, so there are some benefits. Those people are temporary helpers. And you know, sometimes need some temporary helpers. Somebody will help you in life and you don't need to build a relationship. Why? Maybe because of the fact that the destiny, your style of living, everything are different. So there's no need you developing long-term relationship with the person, even though you need the person casually. Better quality innovation, and then responsiveness. If you really want to work on quality, innovation, and those things, they are all costs. But here with the transactional relationship, once you get it and it's of the right quality, if you just pick it and you move your way, there's no need getting from a stage and then working on relationship, working on a specification, developing quality, and so on and so forth. No. So delivery of special services, yes, they do, because they're not coming to say, but they give you that special service. These are all benefits. Fewer complaints and a better industry reputation. They have all these things, and then they can make you live because they have come. They have come to compete. You know, to competing. So compete for sometimes if you are competing, you come with quality. So in the long run, you may go through the continuum for this company to become what your best suppliers. Okay, so it moves through to get to closer tactical relationship. Now, when will it get to closer tactical relationship? That's when you have realized that there have been adversarial one time and then some confrontational deals between you, and that tend to arm's length relationship where you compete. Each company has a sum game mentality, and then till we become transactional. So anytime we meet, it is transactional. That is strictly for the business we move, and that's all. You don't think anything detail until you realize that we need to narrow to one of these, narrow to the person or the company. So narrowing becomes a single or the multi-sourcing strategy that we discussed, we have defined this morning. So single source is when now this company is become the only company that we deal with. It is not sole source, it is single source. And I believe you know the difference between single source and sole source. Sole source is when you have only one organization dealing in the item. He's the only one. So here, whether you like it or not, whether adversarial, silent relationship or whatever, he is the sole source, so you have no relationship than to treat yourself as a sole source. But a single source is when so many companies compete. And they have a particular company has gone through the continuum from adversarial, arm's length, transactional, and rather no, this guy has some good goodies that we can chance on. So it becomes a single source company that you deal with in supplying some particular area of your operations of your items, okay, and then that company becoming closer to you. Now, at some point in time, instead of you relying on a single source, what you need to do is that sometimes you outsource. You outsource. Outsourcing is when you give out your non-core activity to someone who sees that as its core activity. Let me say it again. Outsourcing. We'll do outsourcing today. But outsourcing is you giving out your non-core, okay, non-core activity to another company who see that as their core activity. Okay, so there's outsourcing. So when you outsource, it becomes more strategic. It becomes closer, closer than single source. Because now you have a business dealing with a person. What you were doing, you have given it out for him to do for you. Okay, then you have strategic alliance. So it grows to strategic alliance, a situation where you can put your destiny, you can put your visions and missions together, and then for a long-term period. we have set up our systems, our machines to mine or to extract gold from maybe Bonsa, a village in Western region. Okay. Now, we're already from the beginning, we're getting our own pickups, our own trucks, and whatever to do that businesses. I realize that
not a village, you get a problem.
Bonsa. Bonsa
It's
is
not
the
a
village.
village.
Who is saying this?
There is Daniel. But
Daniel.
is not a village.
But do you know that?
Yes, sir. Say I live in Takwa.
You live in Takwa?
Yes, sir.
Oh, but it's a village. Relatively, it's a village.
You get the problem, sir.
That was where I was born and bred. Eh?
Oh, okay. It's no more village, please.
I'm a Takwa boy. Eh? Okay.
Oh, okay.
So Takwa and Takwa, they have been my. Okay, so let's move. So strategic alliance. Now, after setting up your mining company in the city Bonsa, what happens is that this company has been, you have been using your own pickups, trucks, and that's, you have spent so much on maintenances because of the bad rules and the nature of business in that area. So what do? You want a company that will supply you with pickups and those trucks and then whatever, and then you pay them instead of you owning them. So that means you have given out your pickups and then sourcing the pickups from another company. Okay, so once you continue to do that, you say, why don't we put our heads together? We are doing something similar, solving the same problem, trying to get this target quantities of gold in the area. So what do? And partnership comes in. Okay, so there's strategic alliances coming together and then thinking together, co-makership, co-dealership, okay, putting things and then reshaping, rehashing our visions and our mission statements. And then a time will come that, why don't we merge? So sometimes merger is like a co-destiny. It's like a co-destiny. You come together to solve a common problem or to achieve a common goal or to common aim. And I said this one is a relationship movement that we call continuum, okay, or spectrum. Continuum or spectrum. A situation where you cannot see how it started and where one relationship moved from the other. And I can see you can also liken it to your relationship, your current relationship that you have, your wife or your husband. There's a continuum, there's a spectrum. The relationship, and how did it start? And where are you now? And where are we going? Okay, it's a co-destiny. You have made up your life that no, you are going to live with him or her and no one else. And that's the co-destiny. Whatever situation. At this time, you find it very difficult in relationship, the normal relationship that we have, because people have a relationship have no future. People marry and within 3 weeks, they desert their marriage. Anyway, so the last 2-3 areas is where we have collaborative bilateral relationship. Collaborative is coming together in terms of management, in terms of visions, in terms of missions, in terms of our functions. Okay, we collaborate, coming together to have a common goal, develop a common goal, purposeful cooperation, okay, for a relationship. Now, what we have is that's where we have mutual commitment to the future, okay, and then we develop mechanisms for managing conflicts. Now, initially, when there are some differences, we find difficult to to solve. Okay, but now we sit down and say, no, why don't we, once now we have identified our weaknesses and our strengths, why don't we sit down and then see how best we resolve conflicts? Okay, so that makes all complex situations simple. Things that we were battling with no responses and answers. Now, okay, we are getting it right. Okay, so there's collaborative buyer-seller relationship. And the collaborative buyer-seller relationship, right now we are looking at the relationship that will make it live and live forever. Okay, so here our alliances become so strategic. Our coming together becomes so strategic. So the situation that we have, we ask so many questions. Whether indeed the supplier has signaled a commitment to a relationship. Okay. Now you ask so many questions. Before you collaborate, you come to strategic alliance with the supplier, you need to ask all these questions. Please listen to this area well. What are some of the things that you consider in coming into a relationship, coming to sort of strategic alliances, partnership? What are some of the things that we look into? Please jot these ones. Okay. You ask whether indeed the supplier has signaled a commitment to a relationship. At least there should be a signal. Why effort to be or show signs that he wants to be in a relationship with me, or I want to be in a relationship with a person. And there should be a signal for us to know. If you are a mature company, what are some of the signals? But sometimes they are ready to bear some of the costs. Okay, they are ready to make go some of the things that if it were not you, he wouldn't. Sometimes they are ready to share. So there are all signals. The supplier should signal, the buyer should signal, and there should be a commitment to a relationship. You should see that in the signal form, in the manner. Are they willing to allocate resources such as time, people, and money? You will see that. And how will you see that? Sometimes in your meetings, your joint discussions, interactions that you have on site, you have a discussion that you have, a formal one that you invite them to hold meetings, you realize that yes, indeed, they are willing to allocate resources. Oh, we have this machine here. We can see you are using an old type of that machine. Why can't we lend this one machine to you, even sometimes for free? So that you produce for us, so that it's help to enhance your work. Once you prepare to buy, this machine is good. You understand? So there should be the willingness to allocate resources, such as time, people. Sometimes, no, we do that. Sometimes we realize that the accounting systems is not too good. You have a software, which some of your guys have learned. You just you send your guys to their site, and then they teach them with the software until they buy some. Okay, so it's a matter of you having the willingness to allocate resources. You can do that. Are they also willing to do that? Can the supplier's capability grow along with the buying company's capabilities? We have established this mining company in my village, Bonsa, and this mining company is going to grow for 45 years. Now we have gone through a lot of suppliers. We have seen that this particular supplier, no, we need to collaborate with them. We need to form what? Strategic alliance. We need to outsource some of this management thing that we've mentioned. We need to do that, at least some of them with them. What do you do? You need to ask whether indeed they are ready to, they have the capability of going that length of operation. If you have what they have, rather no, they are not serious. Some of the companies are not serious. They have just established there, and if you look at their systems, their management, they are not even employing qualified people. Go some systemers and then some SS people are working there. You don't see any management with the caliber of people that you can hold your level type of meeting with them. They are not ready. If you ask them, no, I have a colleague friend that we finished school in Tapa Secondary School, and even those days that we were doing businesses, we were schooling, he was going to Togo to bring things. When we were young guys, like secondary school. And so we realized that he has the future in doing good businesses. You know what? He will never employ somebody who is beyond excess. And I still talk to him and I say, wait, why is that? Employ correct caliber of people who have the knowledge, the know-how. When you are not there or when you are out, they can decide for you. And still he's having only 1 or 2 workers. You understand? So sometimes some companies, they don't have the capabilities to grow. They don't, it's not their focus, okay, to grow. So those people are not the type that we are looking at. People who have the, if you ask them, they may not have what it takes to grow, but if you direct them, if you plan with them, they'll direct, reshape their vision in such a way that they can also live up to 45 years and they can be there for you. We need them. And that's why we are source. You cannot do everything you're on your own. So what you do is that you develop people around you, develop companies around you, and then you collaborate with them. You partner with them, okay? You do strategic alliance with them. Does the supplier have up-to-date technical ability and innovative products or processes? Do they have, sir? No. Why no? It could be that they have not met somebody like you who want to be in partnership or in strategic alliance with them. And so they are the co-destiny and co-makership, that thing that the co-destiny that we are referring to, that's not what they are looking at. But your attention that you draw will let them know that no, a senior management willing to commit to a longer term relationship. Sometimes you go and talk to them, so in fact, honestly, looking at the situation in this area, we have put up our company just for 5 years. No, they are not willing to commit to long-term relationship. No, the situation here is dynamic. You see it so today. No, give yourself 3 or 4 years. It is different it's different altogether. You understand? So you need to also find out whether indeed they are willing to share information about future products or technology. Second, so. Hello, morning. Morning. Yeah, we'll have class today. So please, when it's about 30 minutes, call me. Yeah. Oh dear, so sorry. Okay, so where are we now? So sorry. Yeah. So you ask whether indeed the senior management willing, they are willing, the senior management willing to, you ask whether indeed, whether they are willing to commit to a longer term relationship. And then if they tell you, if you can, they will say yes or no, but you don't just need to ask them. Their behavior, their systems, their plans in place, their ambitions and their visions will let you know. And their visions are even is at their reception. Or if you ask their books, they will tell you. But sometimes you can reshape, turn a company vision and then redirect it towards your alliance with your vision. And then making sure that indeed we can merge the two and then move on until we get what it takes. Now, you also ask how much of the supplier's business will be committed to the purchaser's requirements. They ask, what is the financial condition of the supplier? The financial condition of the supplier doesn't mean it should be big as yours. Your company may be bigger, but you need them. Okay, so irrespective of how much they have now, you can turn them around. You can help them turn them around and then develop such a way that they'll be able to produce in the quantities that you want. It's all management. It's all management. Is the supplier honest and trustworthy? These questions are very difficult to answer, but it is through your operation, from transactional through to the longer strategic alliances. You can determine whether indeed there's a need to go through because they are honest and trustworthy. So we need to study indeed whether indeed they will be trustworthy. We can rely on them when they say quality, changing quality, whether indeed they are changing quality. How well does the supplier know the purchases, industry, and requirements? Now, please put these ones into management strategies. Put these ones into management strategies. That senior management willingness to commit, senior management willing to commit to a longer term relationship. Okay, so we put that. Don't put in the question, but it's a question that we ask. The supplier, will the supplier share information about, so share information, okay, about the future products with the supplier. Are they ready to do that? So these are our strategies that are put in questions. Now, let's look at the benefits at the extreme part of the spectrum or the continuum. Alliances, collaborative relationship, partnership. Okay, so here we say we should manage the supply chain as a value chain, optimizing resources, usages across the chain. Now, who can explain this first point for me? You say you should manage the chain as a value system. Okay, now because of the value system and then optimizing resources, these two things. What do you mean? What do we mean by that? Yes, indeed, there's benefits. Okay, if you do strategic alliances, collaborative or partnership, co-destiny, co-makership, and companies grow through to this in a proper, if they have proper management. Okay, and if their focus is strategic and they have proper management, it doesn't necessarily mean money, but you can get there. Now, you said if you commit to collaboration, strategic alliances, co-destiny, okay, you can manage the chain as what? As a value system, and then you can optimize resources. What do you mean by these two things? You have explained value systems. What did you say about value systems? Hello? Okay, so let me mention someone's name. Who is this? Stephanie. Stephanie.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What is the meaning of this? You can explain one of this. If you're able to go all these alliances, collaboration, what is it called? Destiny. Okay. There's one thing here. You said you can easily manage the chain as a value system.
Okay.
Value.
So, sir, am I going for the value system?
Yes. Or you want to explain the optimized resources?
Oh, no. So value systems are actually, I don't know if I should say it, that procedures that are put in place to ensure that at every point in the supply chain, there is some form of value added to either the processes or products to ensure that at the end of the day, the required value is delivered to the consumer. Let's say, for example, in a manufacturing firm where maybe biscuits production takes place, we can say that they use some form of raw materials, maybe which are maybe transformed into flour, and all other additives are added, and whatever ingredients they use in the production process are added. It gets packaging, it gets to maybe storing it in the warehouse, whatever, delivering it to the customer. You will see that these things do not just happen at once, happen in stages. So when we talk about value systems, these are stages or procedures that you put in place to ensure that at every given point of the product life cycles, there is some form of value added to the product to make it whole at the end of the production to be delivered to the customer. Thank you.
Very good. So that is value addition. Value addition. You have all to explain is value addition, a company doing it. But we are looking at a situation where two or more, not Tony Miles. Would you want to explain the same value system? In a situation where we have agreed as companies, as partners, that we are working on value from one company to the other. So you look at the supplier's company, you look at value assurance, quality assurance, and then quality control. When I also receive, I check I do my quality assurance and then quality control. Okay, so not just looking at the value system for your organization, but for the entire chain of about 2, 3, 4 chains upstream. And that's the value system. Working value, quality, okay, on the value of the items beyond your organization. Okay, how about optimizing resources? Is a management language? Yes, Tony.
Yeah, Doc, please, I would like to explain optimizing resource. To optimize resource, it means that you are using resources such as the materials, labor, capital, and technology, even transportation, in the most efficient way across the entire supply chain. So here, instead of each company optimizing its own operations independently, the supply chain partners will coordinate their resources to reduce waste and to improve the overall performance. So one of the things that can be included are you are sharing logistics infrastructure, improving inventory management across the companies, reducing transportation costs, and minimizing waste and excess production.
Okay, that's great. So, so yes, we optimize resources, okay, by making sure we don't deliver or we don't ask for more than what you need. Okay, exactly what you need, you add, you turn it and make sure that they produce exactly what you want. Okay, so you try to make sure you rationalize and you put whatever that you need together, and then make sure your customers will get that goodwill. Okay, it's very important. Now, so the second one is Caroline.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask a question, and if it passes for an example with the optimization of resources. You see, most often these big construction companies, they buy a lot of cement from GASM, and there's this GASM unit that GASM usually offers them, so they can mix their concrete in and use while they are doing their construction works. So is it an example of optimization of resources with the supplier relationship, sir?
Put your question again.
So you see, when you go to these big construction sites, you see this metallic, like a silo kind of structure, written on it, GASM. And usually it's GASM that gives to these companies to use on their sites to store their concrete and stuff whilst they are working on their projects. So I was asking if such can be cited as an example of optimization of resources, because if the company should want such a thing, they might have to buy it. But because GASEM is supplying them with the cement. They are offering them that resource in addition to their supply they are giving them.
Very good. So it is an example of that. Now, if you're a big organization like GASEM, okay, you need to assist your major buyers to have some of these things. And it is an issue of optimizing resources by making them spend exactly on what they need rather than having the structure and all those things that the companies will have. But in a way, in the long run, GASEM will recoup all such monies. But indeed, it is it's a strategy to optimize resources, making the customer, okay, feel whatever that he values that he spent is what he gets, instead of spending other peripheries, other soundness peripheries. Okay, so where are we? Offer unique products. You offer unique products. 1 second, please. Yeah, that's what for a while. Sorry. Yeah, so you offer unique products, services, packages, and one of a kind satisfaction opportunities. Increase possibility while spreading risk. Learn from supply chain partners. These are all what benefits that we go through when we have the collaboration, and then improve quality, lower cost, shorter life cycle, and what have you. Now, you also have enhanced responsiveness, decrease order fulfillment times. What does this mean? What does this mean? Decrease order fulfillment time. Who can tell me what it means? And how is it done? By management-wise, you are reducing order fulfillment time. And it is both through the effort of both parties, the buyer and the supplier organization. Through a collaborative effort, you see that order fulfillment time reduces. Who can explain this and how is it done management-wise? Yeah, you are zooming into management situations. Management, okay. Who can explain this?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, have you raised your hand? Who is this?
Sir, I didn't raise my hand before speaking.
Is that Ismail?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, so to decrease order fulfillment times, I will first begin with the adversarial type of relationship between buyer and sellers. When we initially started the relationship, we realized at each point in time that the organization needs to order, we first need to go through the ordering phase. So you order, you select your supplier, then you buy. But when you transition from the adversarial to transactional, then finally you get to the strategic alliance. Some of those processes becomes automatic in a sense that you don't always have to start selecting a supplier because you already have a relationship, you already have a mutual relationship with a supplier and they know exactly how your organizational processes are. So they know exactly what they are supposed to supply you for you to meet your ends meet. Also, they won't actually require of you to pay upfront because you guys are in a strategic alliance. At times they will offer you the product you could probably sell, then you pay them back. It's all because you are in a strategic relationship, as against adversarial where I give you the product, you give me my money, whether you have it at hand or not? Thank you.
Okay, so very good, very good. So the other fulfillment time, they're usually likened or to lead time. Okay, so for we, the buying organization, if you go through the process to order, how long does it take to your company to supply? And like Miles Ishmael explained, yes, once you are in a collaborative relationship stage, we know ourselves, you know your production. So sometimes there's no need even going through the processes. Just a key, you can link ourselves with what we call EDI, electronic data interchange. We connect to both buyer and the supplier, and then just entering of a key. Press K, and then once you press K, and then you enter. It just moves to the buyer's organization, the whole order, because you have dealt with the company and he knows whatever that you need. It just entered something. It enters the systems and then they read and then immediately they supply. You see, the reduction in time is as a result of the collaborative effort, and so it's a journey that we have gone through. Okay, journey doesn't mean it should be a long time. Sometimes, if you are strategic partners and you know what you are about, now like I speak to you now, we have a buyer in our class and a supplier in our class. So we are all understanding, or we are all learning some of these things. The need for us to reduce fulfillment times and going that through a collaborative manner. Okay, you don't need money, you just do a supply and then you pay. Okay, so that's how it is. Higher levels of innovations, and definitely you have it. Improved allocation of scarce resources, long-term, large volume contracts that provide schedules and so on and so forth. Long-term contracts with stable, demand, which will allow for investment in new technologies, sharing of expertise. Okay, sharing of expertise, and then other things that we develop as a result of collaborative relationship. So let's look at this table. Now, if you look at the issues at the extreme left, okay, traditional adversarial relationship against collaborative partnership, strategic alliance, co-destiny, and so on and so forth, also at the other side. Now, if you look at the two, with the issue regarding the number of suppliers, if you are practicing traditional approach, okay, which is adversary type, definitely you have many suppliers. And then what you do is that you play supplier against a supplier, sometimes comparing qualities together, comparing prices comparing prices of 1, 2, and then playing one against the other. But with the collaborative, one or few preferred supplier for each major item. So it is not each time that you have to bring all suppliers, advertise, and have a lot of people. That's what procurement, especially government public procurement, is having. They always have to advertise, go through tender, and then they have a lot of suppliers participating. Sometimes 72 companies, sometimes 36 companies competing for a few items. And you need to evaluate to get the best supplier. And that takes you sometimes 3 to 6 months before you finish evaluating, because in evaluation, you go through the 3 processes. I think we talked about this in this class. Go through these 3 processes for each. And then you need to read all documents, because some people put in, discounts, okay, in writing, not on the table. And so you wouldn't see. And it's supposed to read every document that you receive in evaluation. And it leads you getting delayed, processing, and then sometimes production is in trouble. Okay, so if you look at the second issue, length of relationship, maybe brief, you agree with me? And then it is long usually, long term when it comes to collaboration. Prices, low prices, reliability. No, low prices. It's a major consideration that adversarial and then traditional approach people use. They rely mainly on what? Low price. But this becomes a moderately important issue. A moderate, not very key when it comes to collaboration. Now, if you look at reliability say may not be high under traditional approach, but it's very high because we have lived together and we know much about ourselves. And so my specification is right on your PC. And so you work towards getting my specification. And so always, when you bring the item, you don't rely much on inspection and paying high cost on inspection and receiving. Sometimes you have to bring an engineer to come and then study the chemicals. You have to bring a mechanical engineer to study the equipment, parts and components, that kind of thing. No, because of the fact that we have lived all this one together, okay, then you don't spend much on inspection because by the time the item reaches our production floor, it's exactly what we want. So openness, when it comes to openness, it is low because we are all competing. Adversary. Okay, we are all competing, and so the approach when it comes to openness is low there. But we are all open. We are open when it's collaborative. We don't keep so much secrets. Keep secrets against our competitors, but not our collaborative companies that we're doing business with. Improvement efforts. Okay, a joint improvement effort is little. We don't do much effort. We don't put our heads together to improve on product, improve on services. But this year under collaborative, it is what joint improvement, driven by what? Mutual interdependence. Focus on sourcing. Okay, here we are looking at what you use in sourcing is the lowest price or best value suppliers. But here we focus on retaining and developing value-adding competitive advantage and then so on and so forth. Now, if you look at all these things, let's look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Who can explain the fourth one for me for this slide? Cost sharing. Buyer takes all cost savings. Supplier hides cost savings. Here it's win-win and then shared rewards and shared responsibilities. Yes, who can explain that? Why is it so? Yes, Stephanie. Stephanie.
Yes, sir. My hand was up because I needed to ask a question, but it's okay. I will still ask later. So the cost sharing over here, when it comes to the traditional or let's say adversarial approaches, it's kind of a win-lose. And so whilst everybody is trying to win at the expense of the other, buyers tend to shift cost to suppliers, and in the other way to suppliers also tend to shift their cost on the buyers, because whatever cost they feel they have incurred in the manufacturing, or if it is innovation that they integrated into producing that particular item, they want to shift the cost onto the buyer, whilst buyer also tries their way to, in a form they think they are avoiding costs. But when it gets to the collaborative relationship, because there is an openness, everybody share information, and you know what goes into the manufacturing of the product. Both of them meet at the middle point to share costs among themselves, so that one is not winning at the expense of the other, and hence the win-win approach of the handling issues when it comes to cost sharing. That's the little I have to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah. So the cost, the win here is win-lose. Always a partner wants to win, irrespective of the fact that the other guy is losing. Okay, so and then it is win-win, because you need to think about your partner. If you continue to bully and bully, a time will come that you order he will not supply because you have cash-strapped him. Okay, so what you need to do is that you sit down. If you are doing something or proposing a term or a condition, then the other company has also benefit as well. You don't think of you winning and then all the time he is losing. No, not at all. Not at all. Yes. Let's look at quality. What do we do at this quality at this stage? Quality. Yes, someone can explain quality. The issue of quality for both relationships. So Stephanie, has
Yes, sir. So it's about the question I had wanted to ask earlier on. When we were looking at the relationship spectrum, where we see competitive right from arm's length to co-destiny or so, and then to collaboration, we had different explanation to each of the type of relationship that exists in the relationship spectrum. But moving forward, I got to notice that most of the things that we are discussing are categorized under adversarial and collaboration. So I wanted to find out, does it mean that the relationship, the types of relationship that exist in the relationship spectrum can be categorized under collaborative type of relationship, and then the adversarial, or let's say competitive one, or we have collaboration different also as type of relationship in the relationship spectrum? That is the question. I don't know if I
I explained each relationship in the spectrum, and I said it goes up as a for instance, what you are discussing now concerning the table. You realize that each thing that we have here is developing from left to right, and so what happens is that we are centering our discussion on the two spectrum, the two extreme spectrum, the traditional approach, that adversary and those things, against the collaborative, which is the partnership, and not the last three. Okay. However, if you are going into detail, you realize that there are some few things that are changing from one part of this continuum to the other. Yeah. That's what I said. So as we are even discussing this one, you can see collaborative as through partnership approach that we use, traditional adversarial approach. So that is how it is. It is we put them together, but they have small, slight difference in terms of characteristics and approaches. Okay, that is how it is.
Okay, because I see similarities in most of them. That's why I wanted the clarification. Thank you so much, sir.
That's okay. So dispute resolution, see how it is. Always it is a problem issue, because I still want to win. Sometimes I know what I'm doing as a buyer. It's not good, but I hold the capital. I'm going to buy from you. Okay, so I want to bully you, and so if you ask me to sit down so that we do conflict resolution, we develop a strategy to solve our problem, I say, no. And I have no time for it. This is what you want, this is what you want you to do. Okay, but it is vice versa when it comes to collaborative. We are partners. We have co-destiny. Okay, we have alliance. Okay, strategic alliance. So you realize that no, if we don't sit down to develop our strategy, our issue, how to resolve problems, okay, we will not go anywhere. So it is an issue that is running through. So as we sit together, we move from traditional approach through to even single sourcing. Single sourcing, we have selected you right in the middle, close to the right, to the right of the spectrum. And then it's about collaborative. Because single sourcing, I have selected you out of the other people, and I'm doing business. The other people could have benefited, but I'm dealing with you alone. So there's a need for, when it comes to quality issues, we need to sit down and then develop quality issues together. Try to resolve quality issues together. Okay, unlike the other ones, because there is the traditional approach, you guys are many. So if you are not, we have been asking you to change this, to change color, to add quality, to reduce heat, to do that, and you are not doing, I just switch to the other person. You understand? And that is the two. So sometimes all the two have, no, they exist because, and it depends on the relationship. For instance, if you are going to do a new buy, you say there's a new buy, there's a modified rebuy, and there's repetitive buy. Okay, I'm sure some lecturers have explained this thing to you before. A new buy is something that you buy, you may not buy again. Okay, and that you may not need the experience, the advice, the whatever of the buyer or the seller. Okay, it's something that you are buying one. For instance, you have a generator or a plant. You have used the plant for about 20 years, and you are going to buy again. There's no need. Sometimes there's no need for us to develop any relationship because it is a single buyer. Once we supply it to you, it's going to take donkey years for us to come together again. You understand? So in such situations, there's no need to build a relationship. So what I want to say is that they are all very important depending on the circumstances. We adopt them. I'm not saying always collaborating for somebody that you will not buy something from. Your company went to your management went to a program in maybe Switzerland, and then they see a type of syringe and needle, and then it is not the type that you use in Africa and for that matter your country. Do you have to go into a collaboration, into a strategic whatever, and then do that business with that company? No. But you buy and then you come and try it in the system. You understand? So they exist, and then they exist according to whatever that it is important. Go read about them. There's a question from there, from this topic. There's a question from this area. The next stage we are going to talk about is integration. Integration. Now, we learned from the previous topic just ended that where you are moving from traditional approach, adversarial approach, building up, going through the continuum and the spectrum, you realize that no, for this particular company, we need to do business with, for a strategic business with. Now, sometimes the strategic business can be either through integration, a merger, or acquisition. So through integration, acquisition, or merger, let me put it in that perspective. Okay. So through acquisition, integration, acquisition, merger. Now, there are all management terms that we see in the supply chain, and we need to understand them all. Now, integration is we find some means to add up a system and organization's activities into ours. So you can integrate a system, you can integrate a process in an organization into ours, just a system. You can, like, just a process, or the entire organization. You can integrate the entire organization in our process. Now, so the traditional view of the supply chain considers the individual companies and functions within a firm as separate units, and that's what we call silo concepts. Now, in our systems, what we have here is that we have organizations ourselves. Sometimes we have fragmented behaviors as in functions. We don't have a common goal that we all work towards. The production people are saying, no, this is what the customers are saying from marketing. So this is what we are producing. And so let's make that a priority to produce more. Procurement people are saying, no, the materials that we use to produce this are no longer in the system. So if you make it an issue, a time will come that will be stuck somewhere, the customers want it, we cannot get it. They've stopped producing this raw material. They've stopped producing these parts and components, this equipment, okay? So a situation like this is what we call the silo concept. The silo concept. Now, it's a concept where, situations are found disintegrated, fragmented, where we are not making things move in a manner that it's supposed to be. It's a concept. And so what we need to do is that, first, if we are able to integrate a company, we need to work on our company. We need to work on our company. First, what is within our company that we ourselves need to work on before we can think of integration. And you have explained integration as we trying to make sure that a system or a process in the other person's organization or the organization itself can be added. Okay, that's why they say through acquisition or through merger or just integration. There was reading and then reading something about iPhone, and they've integrated a major company. I'm here to find the name. I couldn't capture that. That in China, they've been able to integrate this company who is producing a particular component in the iPhone. And that company has been given not just integration, but they've been given a land, on a piece of land of this the iPhone. And then what they are doing is that they have even built their factory on their land. Integration. They are doing their complete business. They can supply to their competitors. They can supply to other people. But by the nature of their product, they are producing. Okay. They are producing something that is very valuable and important to us. So why don't we give them land, give them facilities that they can operate on, so that they can, because their output is our input. Their major output is their major input. Okay, so integration is a very management issue that we are going to look at. Play some kind of, I've tapped something on my computer. It's taking me somewhere. So, okay, so we need to look at the various first, within the organization, what are some of the separate functions, okay, within the organization that we are not taking care of? And then we work towards a common goal. And where we have the traditional, we are some of the workers or companies, the departments working in different manner, different objectives, meeting different objectives. Those are what we call traditional supply chain. Traditional supply chain. Supply chain where departments are disintegrated. They are not working for a common goal. And these are some of the results that we have. There's an increased inventory carrying cost. There's longer order lead times and late deliveries. There's difficulty in responding proactively to real-time changes. There's overall decrease in profits. Okay, there's inefficient and unresponsive behaviors to customers' needs. And then that is where we find ourselves. A company whose various functions are not coordinated, those whose functions are not put together towards the common goal, that's where we find the traditional supply chain working. Okay, and so it's an internal something that we need to work on. Okay, so what are some of the effects of this traditional supply chain in the weakened customer goodwill? Okay, large oscillations of inventories and stock outs. We are discussing the traditional supply chain, and we are saying that before we'll be able to do integration, we need to work, okay, on our internal supply chain. Now we have the external supply chains and the internal supply chain. The external ones is what we are basically working on, but we most of the times forget about what the internal supply chain is and how how the internal supply chain can be effectively coordinated. We don't usually hardly talk about it. Now, with the internal supply chain, we have weakened customer goodwill. And it is true. The customer goodwill is the positive reputation and trust an organization builds with its customers over time. Okay, so when customers feel valued and then they feel satisfied, they are more loyal, and then like we learned from the beginning, they become so loyal, and then they stick to your products. And then when there's also internal supply chain, okay, internal issue with our supply chain, there's also large oscillations of inventory and then stock outs. Now, what is oscillations of inventory? I think we did science some years back, and then oscillation has a formula. Oscillation is a simple harmonic a situation that products keep repeated, processes and others keep repeating back and forth. So there's a back and forth movement. So we're always trying to experiment and experiment, because there's no harmony in the internal supply chain within our organization. And that's the oscillation. And then the back and forth movement, okay, bring fluctuations in terms of stock, as we are seeing here, the stock and then inventories. Sometimes then the production will come and tell you, no, from next week we're going to produce 10,000 bales of this. So we need this raw material. Where from this? When did we meet? When did we discuss the change in quantities and what have you? So before you realize, if you don't ask so many questions, you order so many things for them. You order, and then trust me, they will not come for the items. And then when they come, they say procurement is not doing its work well. Okay. Now so there's a poor quality products. Why? Because specifications are not discussed thoroughly when there's a poor what is a traditional supply chain. that there's no coordinated effort between functions: production, engineering, design department, procurement, okay, marketing. There's no coordinated effort. Nobody is beating anybody. And so each function is going in a single manner without having alliance with other people. Now, the organization relies primarily on its own ability to craft its competitive strategies. There's time-consuming and error-prone problem of operating separate systems. And then there's what the different parts of supply chain often have conflicting objectives. Now, if you have traditional supply chain, I believe as I discuss some of these things, you look at your picture, your broader picture in the organization. If you have uncoordinated supply chain, it's a traditional supply chain. And there are some things that we are not ready to just to write exams. What can we do in our organization to at least to protect the organization's finances and then their goals by getting our organizations, our departments, aligned. Okay, so what you need to do is that we need to come together as management and then have our goals common so that we'll be able to move towards one direction. Okay, conflicting objectives. You have conflicting objectives. You have how you are planning the year, and you know that whatever that you produce gets to another department, and then they also have different objectives, which are conflicting. This time we are reducing quantity from 300 to 120, and this one is also going from 300 to 450. Okay, so if they are conflicting, there's always that's what we see traditional supply chain qualities popping up. Poor supply and demand planning as a result of uncoordinated supply chain activities. Delays in decision making. Who causes that? Because the department that's supposed to sit with you in a meeting to discuss it have no time for you. Lack of flexibility. Sometimes whatever that you put across that you are going to produce, that's all we know that you are going to produce. That's what some of the managers, especially from production engineering, we have met and we've agreed that we are going to produce these cartons of the bottles of the beer. What do you do? No, this is what we have agreed. So why change? No, maybe because of the trend that is changing. There's a need for us to reduce it, and that is it. So integrated supply chain, we have intra and inter-organization processes that is supposed to be merged. The intra within and the inter between. Okay, the intra within and then the inter between. Now let's look at the types of integration that we have. For this one, it is the major integration that we have that we call vertical integration. Vertical integration. Sorry for my diagram. I think it can explain to you. Now, we see ourselves as manufacturers. Now, with the vertical integration, you can integrate a company that comes before you. And those are the people or companies upstream. Companies upstream. So our supplier and supplier can be integrated. Integration doesn't mean the person close, the main supplier close to you that you can integrate. No, you can go through, study the supply chain pattern and realize that there's a fourth tier supplier. A supplier who supplies and supply for continuously another supplier until it gets to you for the fourth tier. That company may be the company that starts a story in our production. They are the people whose activity impact the quality, impact the delivery, the timing, and everything. But it's on the fourth tier. It means you can leave the first, the second, and the third, and then go work on the fourth supplier. And then, what do you say about integration? Go make them part of your organization. So here it's about management. See whatever they do, whatever that they need to add that they've not been added, whatever equipment they need to change that they have not changed. Because if their lives, their production process is affected, okay, or is changed, is affected with some whatever new thing that you want to bring, it's going to go a long way, and it's going to change even the other supply that is supplied through to them before it comes to you. So sometimes integration does not mean simply those that supply to you alone, but the people that are in the supply chain. And that's why I say supply chain people sit at the top, look at what other suppliers are overseeing, what other suppliers are doing in the chain. Who is doing what? Who is creating what? Who is adding what value? Okay, and so where do we start from? Who do we have to integrate? Who do we have to work on? At least so that we can, by the time the item reaches our organization, it's of the right quality. We didn't add more chemicals to get the right quality. It has been worked on before. Sometimes working on the chemicals that will make it more quality, a little amount of maybe $1 per whole package will work. But if you don't work on it that way, Fatih, please mute your microphone. Fatih. Yeah, so if you don't work on that person, on that company, or the fourth or sixth or seventh tier, okay, we need to add just $1 per every box. Now, if you're able to do that, we'll save cost about $7. Fatih, please. Fatih Osman, please work on your microphone. Yeah, so where we're supposed to integrate is what we will need to do that. Not necessarily just the media supplier. Now, with the vertical integration, it is just the supply chain from the upstream to downstream. That's vertical integration. Now, if you look at this chocolate manufacturing company scenario that I was using, okay? Now, we are Kaggle in Tema. We produce chocolate. Now, companies, consumers, and what have you have reported that anytime they take in the chocolate, they have some bitterness at the tail end of swallowing the chocolate. People are complaining. What do? The complaints will come from the consumer, the downstream, the consumers, through the retailers, through the distributors, through our marketing company. And then our marketing people will inform the production people. The production will inform procurement. Procurement, it could be that you are not buying the right cocoa beans. Now, cocoa beans, some of the farmers use firewood to dry it. And the firewood develops carbon oxide. And carbon oxide, apart from its dangerous emissions that they give, it is also bitter, like a smoke. It's bitter, and so maybe that is causing it. So we procurement people will also look at it as supply chain have to coordinate and find out where the procurement people have been buying their cocoa. Then they realize that they've been buying it not from Western region, but from Bono. Okay, so what do? Which parts of the Bono that we've been getting our cocoa? Then they can trace to the farmers that do that. You understand? Now, you can integrate the farm, work on the farmer by making the farmer part of your organization. He produces and you buy directly, if it's possible. And then you guide against using the firewood at the source. Okay, and so if you're able to do that, see that farmer may be about 12, okay, tier, of supplier. Once you work on it, this problem is solved. Now, because of the bitterness, we need to add more sugar, which people are avoiding because people don't like sugar of late, and because of that, they are not taking out chocolate. But if you don't add sugar, the carbon monoxide is making it so bitter. Okay, so once you work on the bitterness, just for them to use pure sun, okay, to dry the cocoa, you have solved one issue. So you see, you can integrate the suppliers at whichever tier or level that the supplier is. Then also the distributor, the wholesaler, the retailer, the consumer, and the consumers can also be what? Integrated. Now, Liver Brother has one distributor called Fuel Enterprise. That woman is a very powerful giant when I was in procurement, and he's still there. She's still there. Now, she even exports to Burkina Faso in liver products, not Unilever itself. Fuel Enterprise was doing that. Now, what happens was that now, if Unilever slacks or doesn't work well, that is affecting the distribution, and that is affecting the supply chain, okay, we are all in trouble. So what we do is that we can integrate this distribution company, sit down, have meetings with them. What are you guys doing? What's causing all these problems? You sit down and you solve it. It is indeed it's an integration process. Sometimes we can integrate them by finding out their processes of distribution. See whether if you have idea, we can, sometimes they do not know. They are committing serious blunders and in such a way that it's affecting the delivery chain. And so having a meeting with them and then sitting down with them to integrate them, it will solve that problem. So integration is horizontal when it's upstream or downstream. Okay, now for instance, we have fertilizer manufacturing company, insecticide manufacturing company, seedlings, producers, cocoa farmers themselves, cocoa buyers themselves, cocoa processing in the chocolate supply chain. Okay, and then we, the manufacturing company like Cargill, we can also cause some of these things. Now, if you look at the wholesalers, like I mentioned, Fuel Enterprise, the retailers, Melcom, and other organizations that are between us and the final consumers, they are also part of it. We can integrate any of these people by adding them, adding the equipment, sometimes adding, even suggesting type of equipment that they should use, making them part of our organization, sometimes investing in their activities, investing in logistics, transport, and everything that will save costs for the consumers. Sometimes they will tell you, the consumer will tell you, you've been buying chocolates, just one pack for about 15 cedis. And the producers wouldn't understand because you sell it on the factory, at the factory price of about 5 cedis. So how come it gets to the buyer at 15 cedis? So you need to investigate. So integration, be it vertical or horizontal, is very important. But we are saying vertical integration is when it goes through the supply chain from the upstream down to the consumer, the downstream. Then we have what we call horizontal integration. The horizontal integration, my diagram, I don't think is too best. Now, horizontal integration is when sometimes we need to integrate. Now we understand integrating, adding, okay, policy management policies, adding at delivery activities, functions, and whatever into our organizations. One, thinking about it together, having meetings with them, and then making those organizations part of our organization. Now, this time, horizontal means integrating not only people in the supply chain, but also competitors in the supply chain. Now, sometimes competitors maybe not your competitor, but your distributor's competitor, maybe your wholesaler's competitor, your supplier's competitors. You can find and then investigate and then see which of these that you need to get. And that's where we do what we call poaching. Okay, try to go see, investigate or evaluate to know which company that when you bring up on board your organization's activities, it will help. You go and say, no, if you produce my competitor, you do this, I will give you this, more of that, and then I'll put you rather produce for me or you work for me. So when an organization work on a supplier who is a competitor, or in the chain who is a competitor, it is what you call the horizontal integration. Yes, Pamela, you raise up your hands. Oh, it's time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But please, I needed a clarification on the example you cited concerning the cocoa bean, which the customers or consumers were complaining of the bitterness when they taste or when they eat it. So in your submission, you mentioned that as a firm or as the focal firm, we want to get rid of some of these issues. We could integrate some of the suppliers or even the primary supplier who is maybe the fourth tier supplier. And so I want to find out whether we could bypass three immediate suppliers and go straight to the fourth supplier to make those corrections, or we can liaise with our first or our immediate three tiers to get to the fourth one to make the necessary corrections. Please, I want to find out.
Yes, we can do that. But when you're talking about integration, what I just wanted to say was that you can integrate that key person in the chain. That key person may not necessarily be your immediate supplier. It may be an end-tier supplier. And you can integrate by bringing their organization's management to your management, sometimes owning them. So that's why I said integration can lead to what is it? Acquisition. It can lead to a merger. It can lead to a partnership. You understand? So once you're able to identify the key organization that is causing it, your best thing is what? Integrate it. And it can be an entity. The other way is once you do your supply chain coordination and realize that that company is causing it, you can channel it through the fourth, the third, and then the second tier in between, and then for them to work on it. But integration is adding up. So which company do you think in our whole system we should integrate, add up and make our system so that our problems, so many of our problems will be solved, so that we can even save costs. No, we talked about integration, that why you integrate. So sometimes we do that to save costs. Okay, and I'll give you the example of
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, example of the iPhone people. Okay, so let's give ourselves just 30 minutes and then we'll come back. So we'll come back at 10:39 on my watch. So I've not taken class to make this free time. This time when we come, I will not mention people or call people. For those who are not talking, hear your voices. So what I want to put 30 minutes. James. Please check your microphone. Adobia, what is silo mentality? What do you say about silo mentality or silo concept?
Doc, so we said it is a situation whereby firms are disintegrated and they are fragmented functions operating within a firm. So within the same firm, each function is not integrated and they are kind of operating individually by themselves. So there is no unity, there is no coordination, there is no cooperation.
Okay. So who is it? Gabriela, your hands is still up. Let me ask again. So how does that scene, okay, this traditional supply chain, okay, and that's what you have explained. This is Adobia that explained this. Now, how does it affect, how does it increase inventory carrying cost? How does silo mentality or traditional supply chain increase inventory carrying cost? Traditional supply chain, silo mentality concept, silo mentality, silo concept, traditional supply chain. Yes, how does it affect increase in inventory carrying cost? Yes, Sikache, Daniel. I have a lot of Daniel, my name's people here. Daniel, how does it affect, how does it increase inventory carrying cost?
It increases inventory and inventory carry cost in this manner. For instance, because the various departments are integrated and they are separated, and whatever they do it separate from the other department do. Each and every department have to incur certain costs. For instance, incur carried cost in their own way or in their own department. Unlike the other side, that if it is integrated together, and the processes are interrelated, the carried cost will be one. It will be at a central point. But because they are disintegrated and they perform their own function at their own department, each department have their carrying cost by the end of the day, increasing their carried cost for the various departments. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no coordinated approach in managing inventory. There's no coordinated approach in managing inventory, such that anybody in his department or her department will prefer to give some order for procurement, which is not tallying or agreeing with other departments. And so you see varieties of inventories being piled up, thereby increasing the carrying cost of inventory. Now, that is it. Now, and how does it also affect delays in decision making? How does it lead to delays in decision making? Okay, so I think we can explain. We also mentioned intra and inter-organizational processes. Now, what the difference between intra, and an inter-organizational process? What's the difference between the two? You mentioned intra and then inter-organizational processes. What's the difference between intra-organization and then inter? Judy. Yes, Judy.
Okay, Doc, please, I want to try. So for intra-organizational processes, it has to do with the processes within the organization. how production takes place and the organizational culture within the organization. For the intra-organizational, for the inter, it is the relationship between the organization and its suppliers and also its consumers. Thank you.
So we also talked about internal integration in the supply chain. Now we say fragmented, departmental disarrays. Okay, department working solely without recourse to other departmental goals, Those are what you mentioned or explained as internal integration problems. Now, if you really want to integrate, you said you need to first do FIASM first, work in your house first, and make sure you have a common goal that we are responding to, a common goal that we are working towards. And so we all have to come together, unite, and then work to meet that common goal. And so we need to integrate internal functions through business process reengineering. Business process reengineering is the radical design of business processes. See, if you say you want to do business process re-engineering, we want to take aggressive action, okay, a radical action, okay, of business processes to achieve huge improvements in efficiency. So here, in terms of quality, in terms of speed of production, okay, you take radical action to work to get that. And then it involves questioning existing processes and rebuilding them from scratch to better meet customer needs and boost customer expectation. So business process engineering, taking radical approach, okay, in the organization. No, we need to come together, okay, move away from the traditional supply chain, and then take an approach that will reduce time of production, that will reduce time for new product development, NDP. That will give us the opportunity to produce with speed. Now we used to produce 7,000 pieces per hour. The machine has a bigger capacity to go to about 9,000, but the maximum we have done is about 5,000 or 6,000. What is causing the difference? So we sit down as leaders of the department or the organization's department, and then we try to find causes and then find solutions to all this. Then there's also the issue of change management. Please, change management. Management of change, I believe you have done it with some other lecturers. Management of change is very important. After evaluation of company's performance, we need to take action, whether we need to change management. Change management means change the directors, change officers, change technicians, change people, processes, change process, reduce steps in processes, change equipment, change facilities, change even location. So management of change comes, and then you need to evaluate, assess all factors that contribute to production, and find out why are we so low in production? Why are our competitors taking over the market? Now the market share is dwindling. What is causing it? Change management, management of change. Then one thing that we can also do is to train the staff, not only for procurement, supply chain, train engineers, give out training. I think I gave an example, yes, this class, about a place that I worked, a new management came, and then the new CEO was appointed directly from America. and he came to change so many things during 4 times. And even he started from the clerks, the security people, everybody went through change. And then within a time of about 7-8 months, we have increased our targets by 60-70%. Marketing, people, change facilities, change systems, change operations, change functions. I mean, change can even be dismissal. Change can be risk shuffle, okay, and so on and so forth. Then organizational restructuring the organization to make the organization very efficient. Restructuring, still changing. Rationalizing products, okay, consolidating spreads. Now, rationalizing products means we examine the items, the product that we have. We've been producing about 7 brands of products. Then we rationalizing by finding out which of the products, okay, is not 7 mass purpose. Which of the products that is, it takes too much cost, too much time in producing, but we are not seeing any benefits, okay? Which of the product that is not, after doing product appraisals, you realize that that product is not performing in terms of time that management, the organization spend in producing the item, and the time and the revenue, okay, that we receive in it. Rationalizing products, examining all the products, brands that we have in the organization, and then eliminating those that are unproductive. Then consolidation of spend, consolidating spend or consolidation of spend. Now, putting, what is it, expenditure or purchases together, and then making sure that contracts are put together, and then the cost of the contracts are reduced, so to ensure efficiency and then what have you. So we need to consolidate spend. Sometimes we do so by examining even the contract that we give, and then you see whether 2 or 3 contracts cannot be put together for what economic of scale, for reduction in costs. You know, sometimes you give one contract to company A, go through the tendering process, you give another contract to company B. But whereas if you do consolidation of spend, okay, what you do is that you put these spends, these expenditures, these orders that you are giving to 2 or 3 or more suppliers to one supplier, and then you can get some savings out of it. Speed and other things will come. Okay, efficiency will come. So that is the consolidation of spend. Then after consolidating spend, procurement and supply chain need to also to expedite actions, reduce the delivery delays and what have you. Sound interfunctional cooperation, teamwork, interfunctional cooperation. Okay, coming together, sitting down to see the alignment, the common areas that you have not addressed well, and then you do that to put efficiency, in the system. Effective channels of communication, that's also very important. That's why we need to see our reporting systems, our protocols, okay, and then making sure that those items are done very well. Yeah, sorry, excuse me. Hello. Okay, yeah. Give me a second, please. No, so what did I say about rationalizing products? Who can help me recap on that one? Rationalizing products. Hello. Am I here on the platform?
Yes, Doc, please, you are here.
Yes, Doc, we are here.
Please, what did I say about working on the products, rationalizing products? We say some of these things, we just say it's in a short, explanation. But indeed, it's a management situation. It's a very good thing that we do if we are a company. We need to see how best we can rationalize products and then make sure we can make gains. What did I say about rationalizing products?
So, Doc.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
Let's say.
Doc. Yeah, in my own understanding, I consider it to be, and based on what I consider it to be, somehow analyzing maybe. So let's say a company has different varieties of products. You just have to analyze the product and see the ones that maybe are not generating enough revenue for the company. Maybe the cost of production is high for that particular product, just to eliminate those ones and also reduce certain costs so that at the end of the day you can benefit and then have some boost in profitability and also improve the supply chain industry, the supply chain efficiency. A typical example that I remember was the company Bell. I don't know the name, but they produce Bell products. They brought in Belaqua Active. Now the Belaqua Active, they had two varieties. And at some point, they realized that customers were not really interested in, I think either it was lime or lemon. They took the lime out and they decided that they would market the lemon very well. And everywhere you pass, you see the lemon product, but now you don't see the lime product as part of their product portfolio. So, Doc, that's how I understand that.
Right, yeah. So don't hang up. So I want you to answer this question using your example, Bell Active and Bell Lemon. What other strategy can we do to promote Bell Lemon if Bell Lemon is indeed a good product for the market? It's a good product for the market. Maybe you have not marketed it. Maybe you have not. People are not buying it because it's new in the market or it's old product, but they don't know. What do we do? What do you do to such market? Do you have to prune it out? Do you have to take it off the market?
Doc, I think maybe you have to set targets or maybe let's say a collective data to see how people relate with the product. That will help you identify some of the gaps and see how best you can improve. Let's say you may want to improve on the packaging, you may want to improve on the marketing or displaying or highlighting some of the key benefits about such products before you take any rational decision towards, and possibly, let's say, promotional and other incentives, or I would say discounts on such products to see how people are relating to it.
Very good. We also have what we call conditional sales. Conditional sales is when you realize that that one product that is selling higher and faster, you do it. You give it out on condition that if you really want the one that is selling is what is it the lemon that is not selling?
Dr. So lemon is the one selling now.
The lemon is the one selling now.
Yes, please.
Okay, so for this retailers, if you come to buy to sell, if you want about 2 or 3 cartons of the lemon, you must buy 10 pieces or 1 carton of the other one that is not selling. Conditional sale. So what you do is that once you do that, as they keep selling and then they keep buying those things, they sell the one that's not moving. Before I realize the taste, okay, before the taste of the consumers will now be popular now. They have the product become popular. And that's also a good in the product life cycle. change management, and so on and so forth.
Oh, please, I have a question. But
Okay.
but before I come in with the question, I want to say this. The company I currently work with, we had different SKUs for our products in the Ghanaian market. Now,
who is this, please? Please mute your microphone. Jonathan. Jonathan. Yes, let's carry on. Start again.
Yes, so I want to bring in this comment and then ask the question further. So, Doc, my current company that I work with, we had two products, which is the cocoa juice. We had two SKUs, which is made up of cocoa juice. One SKU was 3 liters in a BIB, which is a bag in box, and then we have another SKU, which is 350 ml in a bottle. Now, Doc, what we realized was that moving the larger SKU was very expensive and was taking space and also requires higher temperature regulation. So we decided to push the smaller SKU, and indeed it was selling. The margins on the bottles were smaller than that of the 3 liters, but the fact that the volumes or the numbers were selling, the fact that the numbers were selling very high on the bottles made us realize that, okay, it was a strategy to curb and also boost profitability. But look, along the line, we also realized that people saw that we were cheating them because the bottle, I won't say it's expensive, it's a premium product. The bottle is quite smaller. When you buy 8 of the bottle, that's when you get one of the 3 liters. And the 8 bottles is around 350 Ghana cedis, while the 3 liter is 250 Ghana cedis. So in that case, at some point, we did a survey and then the customers were complaining that, okay, let's increase our SKU, but our plants cannot fill a larger SKU like, let's say 500 ml. And eventually we had to withdraw the 350 ml for some quality reasons and all that. Doc, in a strategic case, in such case, how strategically can you redefine what product will move on the market without having to spend so much? Because we are in a situation where we are spending so much right now to change the SKU and even to change the product, the product itself, because customers no longer want to see the 3 liters that we withdrew from the market, but are falling in love with the 350 ml. And then again, we've also withdrew the glass bottles. So now when we want to take the 3 liters back to the market, they are not happy about it. They still want the 350 ml, but yet we are not looking to reduce the reduce the total cost or the selling price on this particular product. And it's been chaotic for the B2C team, our commercial team, as well as the supply chain department.
Well, it looks lengthy as a case, but what I think you need to do is to send some people out, develop some questionnaires, and let them go to your customers. If you can direct them to your customers and even other consumers, and then ask more questions. Okay, and ask more questions. That's something that we do not do. R&D, you don't do research, so development is very difficult. Sometimes we take decisions without researching into, and then it backfires. Okay, so one thing I would suggest to you is to undertake a research to ask more questions on the market. Okay, so that at least through that you can synthesize and then see how to go about it. Now, how do we implement an integrated supply chain? Okay, now the external suppliers, how do we integrate them? So we can do so through partnership, establishment of strategic relationship with suppliers and key customers. Now, that's the main thing. How does the process start? which of the customers do you, the suppliers do you try to integrate, and why? Have you asked those questions that we asked? Are they ready for any commitment for that, for integration? Are they ready to go to the length at which you want we are going? Okay, and so on and so forth. So we need to ask so many questions. Is our management even committed to this integration thing? No. Why? Yes. What do we do? Okay, so there are more questions in management to ask. Joint design, development, and then and waste reduction initiatives to be set up. How? And then for which company do we have to do joint design? Okay, and why? So focus on value added initiative. Amezo. Ameho.
Yes, sir. Oh, my network goes. I'm setting the phone. Sorry. I have to mute it. Sorry.
Yeah. So focus on value-added initiatives, effective communication, and then the use of technology. Okay. Now, what are some of the obstacles? What are some of the obstacles of integration? What are some of the hindrances, the challenges? This looks like a question area. I don't remember, but it looks like a question area. Eh? We are doing integration. We have decided to, out of the 320 suppliers, okay, we have selected one supplier on the tier 2. Okay, we have selected 5 suppliers in tier 4. We have okay, you're giving up to about 10, 15 suppliers to integrate, but it's very expensive integrating, and you need to do a lot of work. Okay, so what do? You need to slash all these things down to about 1 or 2 at a point in time. And then the whys and hows, you need to answer all this. The whys, how, and what have you. So one of the challenges is the functional silo mentality, which we have explained. Functional silo mentality. I believe you all remember. Then independent functional performance measurements. Yes, we need to have similar or the same metrics, okay, ways of measuring performance. So at least we will all be at one common platform. And so when we give a score to A and give a different score to B, we mean it and we understand what you are doing. Lack of incentives. Sometimes it does not worth it. Okay, it does not work because there's no incentives. Okay, there's no push. There's no clear lay down solution. What is it? Outcome, possible outcome that we can pinpoint and say, we have the company has strong success as a result of taking this integration action. Okay, now there should be incentive for that, and then there should be metrics for us to measure whether indeed it is that integration that has caused it. Since we don't have, even people will not have the goodwill. They don't have they don't have the edge to do it because why do you have to integrate a company, okay, within the supply chain as part of our organization? Lack of incentives, inadequate infrastructure on the side of the company to integrate. They are not that worthy of reintegrating. They don't have that infrastructure that we need. We need to spend so much, even though they have the people, they have the men, they have the processes, they have the design, they have the pattern, they have the whatever it takes to come out with new product and what have you. The willingness is not there because people, whatever that they possess to do the business is not that good for us. Infrastructure, new rules and responsibilities. Now, when it happens, people roles and responsibilities are going to increase. Who is this? Lisa. Lisa Boache, please, all of you, please switch off those whose volume will come. Those are the people that I'll call to answer questions. Lisa, the next question you are going to answer. Okay, so a new roles and responsibility, and then basic requirement for fundamental change, not present. At least we need to see some few things, okay, apart from their willingness, and then senior management willingness to commit themselves to the change, the integration. We need to see. We need to have all those things in place. So these are the obstacles, the barriers to integration. Now, the next stage that we are going to see is supplier development. Supplier development. These are all management issues. So through integration, we can move toward acquisition of some organizations. We can form major partnership alliances, and then could have co-destiny portfolio in our approach. So it is, and that's why you hear some of these things. So if you don't plan well, you fail in all these management strategies. They are very good, but if you don't plan well, you fail in it. You remember a merger between Ericsson and Sony. I believe you know the story. Sony was a very powerful sound system producer. The sound is clear, crystal clear, and then quality sound. So they were selling, their machines were selling very high, about 2-3 times the price of Samsung and all those ones, those days. And then Ericsson was also doing well in communication. They merged two good giants in their areas. So communication and then sound. And then they came together as in a major form, and then they broke away. They couldn't perform. It shocked the whole world. Two major management organizations for sound and for communication. Now, when they want to put their gadgets together, sound and communication, they failed. And it's a management study that some other people investigated, but so we don't know why such big, huge giants in communication. Ericsson was even far ahead of Huawei, and Huawei is third or second or so. You understand? But they couldn't. And it's all about management. So it's not about we discussing this. You need to do a lot of research. You need to do a lot of work. If you want to collaborate, if you want to partner, if you want to integrate, if you want to merge, these are all management issues that you don't joke with. Where you don't have the expertise to do that, what you do is that you give it to a consultant in the area. If giant Sony from Japan will have issue with Ericsson, will have issue, change management teams like this, will merge and have issue. It means anybody can also fail in that area. And so you need to spend money and then make sure you enter and then you make your company successful. Supplier development. One of the areas that we need to tackle, because once the supplier has what it takes, it can cushion us in some ways. Supplier has to have to get the knowledge in the area, and so embark on continuous improvement, always subject whatever the new product is, and then subject it into what? Improvement by adding value, adding features every 6 months. That's what automobile companies like Toyota and other people are doing. Every 6 months to 1 year, they change the model. They improve on the model. They improve upon the, so you have Corolla 1, Corolla 2, Corolla 3, Corolla S, and then Corolla, a whole lot of them. If it's Camry, different types of Camry. Look at the cars that we are seeing. Always the same name, but they have brands which are changing almost every year or every 6 months. And say, but
Why are
what
you like Bola
continues to
inside?
Daniel Sikache. Okay, so one of the things that we need to do, if we can improve on our systems, is to target the development of Daniel Sikache. Uncle Daniel.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Please, everybody should mute the microphone and then put it right before you. Don't be fidgeting with it until you want to ask questions. Just scroll with me. Okay. Okay, so we need to first think of developing the supplier. The suppliers are our partners for the business, for our success, and for our goal. So if you have a target, it's the suppliers that will make you fulfill it. The supplier may not lack so many things to make you fulfill your goal. So what do you do? What you do is that we sit them down, let them know their challenges and their problems, and see how best we can do. So what we do is that we do assessments that we call appraisal. Okay, prior to the contract award, prior to even going into partnership and then doing business with them, go through the pre-qualification system, which we learned some time back. We do potential supplier evaluation, supplier assessment, just to see whether indeed they have what it takes to do business with us. Now, after evaluating suppliers, some companies do at the end of every year, supplier appraisal. They appraise the suppliers to know within the period what they've done, and then they use what they do. They use some points and give them different weights. So if quality is the best thing, the thing that you're looking at, okay, you give maybe quality 10, and then price another thing 2, 4, 5, okay, and then you do assessment by making sure you do objective work, okay, and then you give them the marks, and in the end, you total each person's marks scored, and then once you do that, you really get suppliers that are positioned as leaders for that industry or for that business. So leaders here are the first people, the first, the second winners, and then second, third winners, okay, on the assessment become the followers, and so on and so forth. But in supply chain, if you do appraisal of suppliers by assessing them and checking their potential strength, the capabilities, what they can do best, okay, you don't throw even the weak ones away. On your data, keep them all by doing vendor rating. So with the vendor rating, it will help you to, after the scores that you are given, to rate them according to the heights, according to the marks that they score. Okay, and then once you rate them, you see that company A, maybe Bonson Investment Limited, emerged for that year, maybe 2025, as the best in the supply of chemicals, in the supply of reagents, in the supply of laboratory equipment, okay, in the supply of beverages. So for each line of business or products, you'll be able to know who are the best, the frontliners, the best suppliers in the industry. Now, so that's what we call vendor rating. You have rated, you have done the appraisals, you have done the vendor rating, supplier appraisal, vendor rating, and then the next one, you realize that even though the best supplier emerge best, they still have some weaknesses which we buyers can work on in the supply chain. So what are the things? Sometimes you realize that they have the equipment all right, modern state-of-the-art equipment with using the AIs and the IoTs and what have you. However, they like this. Sometimes even the people to operate the machines, they are operating the machine and they are underutilizing the operations of the machine. The capacity is 10, they are producing under 2. You understand? So they do have it, but they don't know. They don't have the know-how, the people, the expertise to use. Okay, the technicians, right technicians to use. You just have to help them by providing them all this information as to where to get somebody to run those machines for them for efficiency and for optimization. You understand? So what we do is that we develop the vendor at this stage, even though they emerge winners, they lack something. And so you do the appraiser, supply development appraiser, to find out what type of development that you give to the supplier. Okay, some supplier may require total commitment of firm's resources. Okay, technical support, processes in quality, training, supplier facility visits, and so on and so forth. Sometimes you need to visit their facility from time to time. Give yourself time, and we go there with your engineer. When you have them develop, sometimes you will not need so much money to invest in bringing the quality to customers' expectation. Just because you have helped them, you have developed them, they've done all those quality things, checkups, controls, and quality assurances issues, and then everything is going the way you want. Okay, so we do supply development to improve the existing supply performance. Okay, we do supply development to develop the performance capability. How capable in terms of performance. Okay, we do that to gain in terms of sharing in the specialist knowledge of the supplier. Okay, now we also improve the supplier base so as to achieve better quality, delivery, and price. Now, all this that you are talking about, it comes with the modern thing, the supply chain, always telling suppliers, buyers to reduce the supply base. If you have large number of suppliers, you cannot do all these things. So after going through all the processes, vendor, appraiser, supplier appraisers, going through the vendor rating, and then you know how many suppliers to develop at the point in time. Okay, so supply development is very phenomenal. It's very important. I have my personal experience myself. I think I've said it before. I don't know if it's class. That's an organization that I worked with, and then the chief executive was complaining. He employed you as a supply chain director to reduce delays in the supply of some items in the place. Now, he told me because of the fact that things are delaying, always there's an issue from production through to the procurement people. There's always a conflict. Production want the thing, they need equipment, they need consumables, they need whatever, and then they don't provide. And through experience, we solve it without costing, without a company having any cost on the approach. Okay, so supply development, improve the existing supply performance, again in terms of sharing and improve the supplier base. And supply base reduction is also a process that goes through some steps. You just don't look at a supplier phase and say, no, I don't think you'll do well. So we are reducing your supply, we are eliminating you. No. It goes through processes before you get to the development, supply development. So here, the same thing, supply assessment, provision of incentives, instigating competition among suppliers first, training of suppliers personnel, and supply rationalization. Now, one thing that we do in supplier development, sometimes we identify, we supply them, we develop them. on the equipment that they use. Sometimes they have the equipment, but the usage is another thing. Sometimes they say they have the equipment, but the raw material is costing them cost. It's costing them so much. They are not getting the right material in terms of cost. They are not doing the procurement well to get the right material. Okay. Sometimes quality issues, they have to spend more something to get the right quality. And that thing that they are spending is as a result of they not taking an action. So whatever that you do to reduce cost, okay, in the production process, okay, for the supplier, it will help go a long way to you also have equal the same or similar effect in your revenues. Okay, so these are the benefits of supply development. These are the benefits of supply development. Now, what are some of the barriers to supply development? What are some of the barriers? It's a very good thing to do, committing your company resources to reduce the supplier's incapabilities, okay? To reduce those things, and once you do that, it goes a long way of you getting more money, more savings for your product, and making you more competitive, driving you to a higher market share, and so on and so forth. Now let's look at the barriers, okay? And these are buyer-specific barrier, something that affect the buyer and then the supplier. So the buyer firm's purchase volume does not justify development investment. You, the buyer yourself, you buy 50 tons per year. 50 tons is not that enough. That will get money to develop a supplier. So you can see here that where we do buy supply development, one company should be bigger, and that company is a buyer. Okay, so if you write that even your volumes that you buy, it's not that enough to justify supply development. It is a barrier. You use 30 cartons a year. 30 cartons is not so much to go to the extent of developing the supplier, making the supplier do what you want, setting up equipment, changing roles, suggesting management strategies, developing the supplier through giving them finances and what have you. We're going to talk about those things, so how we develop the supplier in which areas. Okay, and then regarding the supplier, the lack of commitment on the part of top management is also an issue. The supplier, if you want to develop the supplier, they have something that they think, especially in Africa, you want to do. That you want to make them captive suppliers. Captive suppliers are those who do not have the power. They supply but at the wish of the buyers and the terms and conditions of the buyers. They make you captive because they have developed you. And that's what rich farmers, rich suppliers will not allow you to develop them. Because once you do that, you make them captive. You detect how much they should sell the items to you. Now, if you go to Western region, there's a town called Benso, and they have oil palm plantation. And what these poor farmers suffer is that Unilever and other companies provide them with insecticides, fertilizers, and what have you. And so when they do that, they book it. And so when you harvest your oil palm, you have no power to sell those things to any other company. And they also don't give you so much money. So you cannot compete well. Okay, so because of that, there's lack of commitment on the part of some farmers, some companies to allow themselves to be developed. Because if you are developing me and you're going to take a chunk of my profit away, then let me go the way I am. Let me, and then anything between supplier and the buyer, supplier is reluctant to share information on cost or profit on the process. Okay, sometimes there's that information that we tend to hide and making development very difficult. No immediate benefit is evident to the buying company, becomes an issue. If you go train these suppliers, the end fourth tier supplier, what immediate benefit will you get? Becomes an issue. Management will look at this. If you even propose as a supply chain manager because you have learned this at GCTU Masters, they will ask you, what are we going to get? So you need to sit down and do proper analysis, detailed analysis that will show. If not the first, the second, the third year will benefit from it. And the first year, the third year, first 6 months, you can even recoup all the monies that we have invested in the supplier. Okay. So supplier company agrees to improvement proposals, but fails to implement them. It's a barrier. Sometimes the supplier says, okay, oh dear, we are ready for it. So you want to help us, you want to give us this to support our work, you want to help us, train us, all these things. Now, if you even know for free at a subsidized rate, fine. But what if we don't allow ourselves to be trained? Okay, so it becomes an issue. So all this, you can get all those things. Okay, so barriers in involvement activities, continuous involvement in suppliers activities, incentives and rewards, staggered payments. How do we involve, what activities do we involve, okay, to ensure continuous improvement or continuous involvement in the support of the suppliers? First, by putting up incentives and rewards. Because of the barriers that that exist between ourselves and the suppliers and both of us, okay, there's the need for us to do some investments, okay, for the supplier to agree to allow itself to be developed. This is a very question area. Okay, so pay attention. Becoming barriers to supply development, overcoming barriers to supply development. And I'm saying that these are some of the activities that we involve or we do to give suppliers incentives and rewards. And one of this issue is the staggered payments. Okay, staggered payments. Now, how do we do payments to ensure we have the supplier on hand, and that whatever that we do, they will agree through payments. So one of it is the staggered one. And the one that staggered payment means breaking down a lump sum payment into smaller tranches paid at specific milestones or intervals, often used in the projects, contrast to manage cash flow. So here, what you do is that instead of we buyers delaying payments to the supplier, why don't we break into some specifics? If you're going to supply something to a tin of 700, yes, we will supply. But you stagger payment in such a way that for at least every 2 weeks, every month you make payment. At least I can also run my business. It's a way of developing the supplier. It's a way of developing the supplier. Now, at least if you stagger payments, you'll be able to we are sure of that there's a regular flow of payment, and that will help us also plan our production. Then we also have our contingency payment. Now, the contingency payment is also a way that supports can push the supplier in a way. And here, payments are made based on specific conditions or outcomes. Sometimes they say, okay, we have this target to produce 60 cartons per month. Will you be able to supply the raw material for us to produce? Say yes. Okay, we are doing contingency payment. This contingency payment means if the conditions that you are putting in place, we are putting targets. And once you put the targets and you help us to achieve the targets, we pay you. Now, it sometimes motivates the supplier, and then the supply so that you'll be able to also meet your part of the deal. Okay, so here to achieve targets. If you are making payment based on specific conditions or outcomes that you want to achieve a particular target, we have a lot of orders on our hand, and then we want you to supply so much every week, every 2 weeks, every day. Okay, once you help us to achieve the targets, you also prepare and we pay you. Then sometimes you make the payment on condition that you help us complete a phase or a scope of the project. Not continuous, but at least we are going to go through these stages. And then for each stage, you need this, you need that, to put them down. And then once you're able to help us to complete those phases or changes in scope, okay, that becomes it. This one also happens in the construction. Then sometimes we arrange faster payment than the usual. Okay, especially on delivery. If you help us to deliver, if you deliver the items on or before time, we can encourage you by telling you, no, this time you're not going to pay the usual periods of 3 months, 4 months. Once you're able to do this, we are going to pay you. Okay, these are all issues that will encourage payment and encourage the supplier to be developed. Now, sometimes we do advance payment. Advance payment. Advance payment is one of the supply development strategy that companies adopt. Now, we want to develop you. We know we have the techniques, we have the technicians, we have the expertise, we have the machines. But sometimes the raw material you don't have, and those are very expensive. What you do is that we give you advance payment, and then the payment in advance, we pay you before you organize the materials and produce for us. In a way, you are developing the supplier. Another way of developing the supplier is through offering technical assistance, offering technical equipment, services to the organization. Okay, making them capable technical-wise, okay, so that they can produce the items for us. And sometimes to training. They may have so many things, and then they lack other things too. So what we do is that we either suggest a training, not only for your production engineers, but also for procurement people, for finance, okay, and so on and so forth. Your distributors. Sometimes companies have to arrange or organize training courses for their distributors and wholesalers, just to enhance their work. They are development, supply development. Then another way to is certain specific key performance indicators. okay, on improvement targets, okay, for reward, recognition and reward systems. So we set KPIs for them and then monitor and see if they go by it, you honor them on that. And that serves as what a reward package. A reward package that will in a way develop them and then enhance their work as well. Now, revenue, profit and gain sharing. Sometimes, yes, it's not your direct company, but in a way you have motivated them by making them see that your gains and the money that you have received out of a system, they are also have a part to share with. And long-term businesses agreements, or increased business or reward systems, okay, that is the supplier may want. So if there's a long-term businesses agreement, sometimes the agreement can be shortened because of the investment that the supplier is making in your system. And that is also a reward system. Sometimes we reward or we reward the supplier through warnings and penalties. Warnings and penalties. If you make the supplier understand that, fine, even though we are doing business as partners, if you fail to do this, okay, you are going to suffer delays in payment. Maybe we are producing something for a customer, and that customer has given us timelines. If you're able to give us the items or the raw materials for us to work on, we'll give it. But if you fail to, this is the sanctions that we are going to put on you. We either remove you from our approved suppliers list for the next 1 year, we blacklist you, we are not going to give you any work, we are not going to give you any order. And then sometimes we threaten you of reduced business for poor performance. Now, we've been buying 70 cartons every month. No, we are going to split the 70 into 35. We're giving other competitors some because you are not pulling your weight. These are all something that motivates. And because the customer wants to get all those goodies, they'll make sure. So we have reward system, and then we have warning and penalties. Threat of reduced business for poor performance. Threat of removal from the approval or preferred suppliers list. Companies have what they call approved suppliers list or preferred suppliers list. And those they have categorized, as we discussed, through after vendor rating. So those who are rated high, we are going to give them that money. We are going to give them that incentives and develop them. And so there's a threat if you don't do well, if you don't perform your size well, we are going to remove your name from the approved list. Sometimes, so we threaten you. We threaten by telling you we are going to publicize your name. We are going to add you to the weak or the poor suppliers. And we add you to the suppliers who are not doing well. And that's the name and shame. So this is also a warning or penalty strategy to induce somehow the supplier to put up their best. Penalty clauses in contracts. Penalty clauses. You can tell me one penalty clause in contract that we use to warn suppliers to perform well. Who can give me one? Yes, Adubia.
Doc, sorry, please, mine is a question. I've been raising up my hands for a while. I wanted to find out, is CSR a way of sharing your gains with your supplier? Corporate social responsibility.
Yeah, corporate social responsibility. Yes.
Is it?
It is a way of making your neighbors, okay, or people who are stakeholders to benefit some way. Now we know we have defined stakeholders in the other course. Okay, some of them are new. Okay, stakeholders are people who benefit from the organization, and then the organization benefiting from them. They benefit from the organization benefit from them in a way, their dealings. Now, sometimes you need to put those strategies in place, okay, to sort of appreciate their cooperations with you, and then offering something that you also benefiting from. So you create and we share. And good companies, but it is not common with the mining companies. Though Takwa have been developed by some of these mining companies. If you go to their roads, their inner roads are developing. Last time I went there, and I was surprised to see traffic there. My village, my friend says I shouldn't say my village. Takwa is now a city. And trust me, their streets are some of even tarred more than Bawi, where I am now. Okay, so if you are using that to assess what a city is and what a village is, then Bawi is a village and then Takwa is a city. Okay, through corporate social responsibility, apart from the government, some other companies are giving some hospitals, some tip compounds and what have you. And some do their roads. They even have sports stadium, land which was not built by the government, but one of the mining companies. So those are our corporate social responsibilities. Now, I asked the question. Yes, who can give me an answer?
Doc, please, can you say, so let me just give a quick example. We're supposed to import some packaging materials for our products. Now, the supplier failed to deliver the right specification for some of the packaging materials. So at the end of the day, we had to surcharge the supplier with part of cost of our shipments and also provide further discounts. Would you consider this a penalty?
Yes, it's a penalty rather than warning. It has the offense has been committed already, and so what you can do for him not to repeat such mistakes is what you are suggesting. I have similar problem with my company as well. They made a mistake and supplied some items without the relevant attachments, and then when the items came, there was no way I could use it. My customers will use it, and so it was a hell. So what you can do is either this time you stress on those mistakes so that you don't repeat it, or if it has cost you so much, you negotiate with them for them to take part of it. But unfortunately for us, some of the companies they remain adamant, and they will not even listen to you. They will find some means to say you have caused it. Okay, but it is a warning and a penalty, and that's what you need to insist. So who can give me another warning and penalty like our friend's example? This is an examination area. That is how I teach. Those I've taught before in your class will tell you. Sometimes I finish and there's no areas. So areas for exams, no. I have given areas already. When it gets to some slides, I'll tell you, look as if, no, I saw the questions long ago, but I remember something like this here was set. And I will tell you to go read about it. Don't go and read the slides, just that slide, around that topic. And then the slide, some of the points that go and then expatiate it, open up, and then do deeper reading, and then get more stuff. Cite yourself examples. So when the exams comes, you pour. That's it. So who can give me one example of one practical example or a warning or penalties? Now, I asked about penalty clauses. What's someone who can give me that penalty clause? One penalty clause that we keep in contract. Yes. Who is this?
Dr.
Judy.
Francisca.
No, I'm saying Judy. Okay, Francisca. No,
Yes,
Francisca,
Doc.
you have not raised up your hands. Let me call Judy.
Okay. Doc, please, I wanted to give the practical example of the warning and then penalty. In recent times, we've been asked to update the contract of our third-party logistics with penalties. The reason being that they have come on board to establish pickup stations for us across Ghana. And when customers order on our site, some of them choose cash on delivery. So it means that when they are going to pick up their items at the pickup stations, they have to pay the monies to the agents at the pickup station, who then have to remit the cash back to the company. We have realized that the third party logistics and in our contract, they are supposed to remit the monies to us at the end of the day, or worst case scenario, 24 hours after collection. But most of the partners or the 3PLs do not do that. So we investigated and then we realized that they have been using our monies to work. They've been using our monies to do their personal businesses. So meaning that they don't remit the monies on time. You will realize that a 3PL is holding money as long as 7 days, 6 days, and then they've not remitted the money. So what we have done now is that when this happens or when we find out, we send you a warning, a legal notice, the first one, the second one. But I think that they are not adhering, or they think it is just a warning that we send them. So we've been instructed from our central team that we should update the contracts with some penalties to all 3PLs who do not remit within the stipulated time. So it means that during their payout or on their invoice, when we realize that they have any cash pending above 24 hours, there's an amount of money to pay depending on the sum of monies they are holding. Thank you.
So, in brief, what's the name of the punishment will you give? What's the name of that punishment?
So, Doc, we do give warnings and then, for the updating of the contract, I'll call it a penalty. Yes, because they will have to sign that if they don't pay the monies on time, they will have to pay, or they'll be deducted this amount of money.
Okay, very good. So Patrick also, I want you to tell me, I want practical example so that once you give, everybody will cite your example. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have service level agreement or SLA penalties, which is more of like performance bond penalties. So every procurement contract, there's a SLA whereby the supplier needs to perform certain maybe reach a milestone. So if you are not able to reach that milestone, that penalty can be triggered. And also we have EHS penalty clause that can be inscribed in the contract, whereby certain EHS requirements are expected from the supplier. They have to meet those requirements. So these are type of penalty clauses, or penalty clauses that can be tied in the contract so that suppliers meet. If they are not able to meet, they are punished or they are being issued at penalties.
Okay, so you see, that's what we need to do to safeguard our interests as a supply chain partners. okay, and the procurement people. Daniel, make it brief
Yes,
for
sir.
me. Yes,
All right.
make it
So,
brief.
with what I wanted to ask, with what Judy said, that some of the outsourced companies for them are using their monies to work and all that, and when they issued the penalty to them, can we say that, or can we define in Judy's case that the penalty here is a fine?
Yeah, it's a fine that has put on the misbehavior of the people. Yeah, I agree with you in that one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Very good. So we're moving to, so this is a question area. Go read about it. The next thing that you're looking at is, you have about some 30 minutes. Okay, is a make or buy. I know you have done similar thing in your first degrees. If not first degrees, you've done a little in the master. For those who are starting a program with me here, if you have not done it, we'll do some discussions for you to get it. It's also another question area. Make or buy. Now, make or buy is a question that we ask in our organization. Now, if you are taking that, you are asking that question, it means there's something that you are doing. You want to see whether you should continue to do that or you do the opposite. Now, if you are taking a make decision, listen to this word. If you are taking a make decision, it means you have been buying it. Now, for instance, you may be buying some raw materials or some, let's say, some raw materials for your production. Okay, and you realize that the price of raw material is escalating. You've been buying it from outside, from suppliers, and no, if you sit down and you analyze very well, you realize that no, this, if you go to the market, if you go to the source, we get it so cheaper and even more quality, and then delivery should be reliable. Why then do you continue to buy it from customers? Then we should make it. This time we should make it. So make or buy decision means you have already taken, you have been taking some action, and you want to see whether you have to continue to do that or the opposite. Now you've been buying, suppliers have been supplying you, but no, you realize that you are not getting the right things. No, they are getting the things the delivery times are wrong. Anytime we give the order, it takes days, weeks, and sometimes even months before you get it. Sometimes the quality is not the one that you expected. You've done all what it takes, the supplier is not improving. What do? Then we'll make it ourselves. Can't we do it ourselves? Can't we establish, get the raw materials and establish just a subsection of our organization producing the raw materials for us? You can do it. So it means this time, instead of we buying, you are going to make it yourself. The other situation is when we've been what? Making it. But you realize that buying things and then having some workers, having some people doing it, okay, and even the raw materials, it's making it is becoming difficult of late, because this time Chinese are bringing the raw materials, other people are producing similar raw materials in the system. Why then do you continue to make it? Oh, let's buy it. When you buy it, you get more quality. You get you don't need to have own people, technicians, production people, one department producing those things. You don't have to worry ourselves with all the challenges that we are finding, okay, in that department. So then what do? We are going to buy it. Now, so here, make is insourcing. While buy is what? Outsourcing. Why? Because if make, it means you are getting it inside yourself, inside your organization. Okay, you are making it. So you are getting it inside your organization. By buying it, it means you have to give it out and somebody will supply to you. So buy becomes what? Outsourcing. So we met outsourcing early today, and we said that it is giving out your non-core activity to those who see it as a core activity. Okay, and it is a very complex business management issue now in the world. People are chopping off some other portions of their businesses, their departments, and then making sure that they do it themselves. Or whatever they've been doing it themselves, they take it out and then allow suppliers to bring it inside the organization. And so that is the issue of make or buy. Now, make or buy, market position and trends. Now, it's an influence of make or buy decision. And what is that is causing the decision whether to make it or to buy it? Please listen here carefully. Sometimes whether to take a decision to make it or to buy it depends on the market position and trends. We've been making an item ourselves, and then we have realized that the market is changing. Our market is so dynamic that anything that we are making ourselves, then maybe it costs us $12. Okay, 12 cedis. Okay, and the 12 cedis that we've been buying it, the market structure, the market is such that it is getting the items common on the market, and it's even selling at 7 cedis. Why then should we continue to? So sometimes the market position and the market trend determine or dictate to us whether we should go ahead to make it or we should outsource it. 2, company, product, and then process capability. Sometimes the company, the processes that we go through in getting it, okay, we are far better even doing it. Why should you buy? Why should you outsource it? The company products and this process, we have the process capability, and we have the power to. We have the authority in production. Authority in production means we have all what it takes: the human resource, the equipment, the capital. I mean, the facilities are there, and so we have to what? Go ahead and take charge of the process, and then have it ourselves. We have the process, we have the capability of doing it. Then another thing is when the requirement, okay, and the capabilities of customers or competitors are, and the suppliers are such that we need to take a decision. The characteristic, the nature of the items and the requirement of the item, okay, is such that the competitors are either doing it or not doing it at all. Okay, so competitors and suppliers, either they are doing it or they are not doing it. It makes you take a decision whether to buy it or not. Then cost analysis in comparison with the other competitor sources. Sometimes we make or buy decision based on what? The cost incurred, the cost involved in doing that. So how do we do so? By comparing the cost of production for ours to the cost of production for our competitors, and see whether indeed we need to continue to do that. A projection of financial results and sensitivity analysis. Sometimes we do some analysis year by year, and it's good that we do year by year so that at some point in time we see that the dynamics have changed. We have been making it ourselves. No, with the figures that is turning out, no, they're supposed for us to what? Do it. Okay, or the other way around. Then the effect on total cost of production. Sometimes that item that you've been worrying yourself making it, okay, sometimes if you give it out and you buy and then you incorporate into your system, it wouldn't change even the profitability. The total cost is somewhat the same if you let someone do it. So all the headaches that you have in you doing it, no, now you are taking a decision, somebody should do it, because after all, the total cost wouldn't change. Yeah, so one of the influencing factors is the profitability and the risk and flexibility. Profitability. Now, cost, revenue, profits. Cost of producing the item, the revenue that we receive, and that will tell you whether indeed it is profitable. And so You do all this analysis, and then you also factor in the risk aspect of it. And then the flexibility is your adaptability, how you're able to adapt yourself to change. And it will not affect you so much. The item that you've been talking about is so dynamic on the market. It keeps changing and changing. Each time customers want different brand, different color, different shape, and what have you. But anytime it changes, it comes with its associated cost. Are you so flexible, so dynamic enough to change with the patterns of change that we have in the system? You find out. The availability of in-house competences. We still have people, the engineers, the technicians, they've started resigning. And now we don't have the engineers that man that area. So what do? Do you have to continue to employ new people? No. Why don't you shut that down and then we buy it in? The need to retain knowledge and skill in-house for future applications. Sometimes so if you give out to outsourcing by giving out for some companies to do for you, the secret is out. There's a bread, I don't know, I'm not marketing it. I think they've written ISD or something. And I wanted to do some time, I thought of doing some bread business. And I had to bring some people in. I prefer taking advice from some people. So I had somebody who had knowledge in that. And she was telling me, I wanted to go and study from that woman because sometimes that particular bread runs out of the system. Sometimes there's a complete shortage and people will be roaming from place to place to look for that bread. And I was discussing with one of the staff and they said, sure, that bread, the composition, the mixture that they do it, the man and the wife and the family, they do it night, and then the following the workers will continue. So the correct mixture, the correct calculations, nobody knows it. Okay, and so it's difficult. The bread is very heavy and very rich in quality, and you you buy again. I think it's ISD. It has a blue label or something. You understand? So sometimes you have a particular knowledge which is too technical, and so if you continue to, if you make a mistake and then you outsource it, you give it out for somebody to do for you to buy and sell, you lose your confidentiality and your secrets in mixing those items. So sometimes you need to be careful. If there's a specialist knowledge that you have acquired in doing it, then if you give it out, you have sold your trademark and you're in trouble. The availability or unavailability of suitable external supplies. Sometimes it's very difficult to go ahead and then outsource because one, there's no suitable external supply. There's no supplier in the country, okay, that can do exactly what you are doing. Or the other way around, okay, unavailability. So there's no suitable supplier. Sometimes there are available people who can do it. And so once you leave out, before you realize you are booted out of the market, okay? And the HR impacts on redundancies. This one is a minor. Now, when we are taking outsourcing decision, okay, or insourcing decision, make or buy decision, how will it affect your human resources? No, sometimes if it's outsourcing, that branch, that department, okay, that handle that area will have to be laid out. I say that one is a minor issue because an HR issue. Now, if we lay some people out and we are going to make profit, is it not better? So sometimes it is an issue, but not a major issue. Now, when it comes to a need for training, redundancies and what have you, it's an HR issue that you need to look at for. Now, what is the logic of outsourcing? You have done outsourcing, I know from first degree, and some other lecturers have taken it through outsourcing. But let's take a keen look at these areas that we are looking at. Okay, we first started by saying that giving out your non-core, every organization has a core and non-core activities. For instance, Ghana Communication Technology was established to hire professionals, okay, to give out knowledge and then get money and pay ourselves. Okay, so the core activity is to offer lecturing, offer teaching services, okay, for its customers. Now, any other activity that's outside the teaching field is a periphery. Any other activity outside teaching is a non-core. It is not a core activity. So the administrators, trust me, they are not offering a core service. If this school is a private school, they can easily lay them off. The security is a non-core. Another areas that we are going to mention. Okay, if you look at the last bullet, in organizations, transportation becomes non-core. We distribute our items when we have pickups, we have trucks, we have aboya and what have you to distribute these items. But we did not establish the company to do distribution. So anything outside production of that item is a non-core. And so it can be what? Outsourced. Now, I was teaching this some time back at the Coventry level. And then somebody raised the hand. Those days it was face-to-face. And they said, Doc, do you know your definition can change because even now the mining, me I'm a Takwa boy, so mining there I have a keen interest in that area. So this time even the mining, they outsource their core activities. Say, hey, my friend, challenge me, let me understand this. Because outsourcing is giving out your non-core activity. So anything that is core, you cannot outsource it. And he said, no. This time people come buy the concession from Australia, Canada, and the big countries. Then they hire people, companies for loading and then tracking the items from site to crushing area where they wash the gold and then extract the gold. So transport is outsourced. Digging the ore is given to another company who have the caterpillar and the whatever in large quantities, and that strong maintenance, everything is done by them, and then that's what is outsourced. Even washing the gold, to take the gold, is given to some specialists and some experts. So what they do is that they police it with cameras and then some other supervisors, so that when they are washing it, it is not you yourself, that's another one to have been outsourced. So then what does the company do? What's the core activity? And say, hey, then the definition indeed has to change. Now, so what we know is that when you give out a non-core, an activity or function which you did not initially agree that you are going to do it yourself, is a non-core. So you give those ones to experts, those ones to people who have those areas as their core. Some companies are running transport, like TT Brothers, like other Chinese companies in the country. So if you give any haulage, and other carrying of goods and those things to them, it is an outsource, it is good. But your own activity, so like Ghana Communication, they can even universities can put up their university and then hire lecturers. They come and teach you. Nobody will be taken as a permanent. It can happen. So now outsourcing has become a major business. People are outsourcing transportation, warehousing, distribution, production, sales, payroll activities, advertisement, human resources, design and engineering, maintenance, installation. So what is left? Security, janitorial services, cleaning and those things. Okay, so now the definition has changed. But what we know from the onset is that core competencies is the hallmark, is what we rely on, and anything outside the core competencies is what you see as outsourced items. Okay, Now, what is the core competences? Core competences is that what differentiates one organization from the other. The one that gives you the edge, that makes you a special person, okay? That gives you the techniques that other people do not have. Something different from the market, something different from the other competitors, gives you that edge. That's what you do, and so you have the core competence. Okay, now there is a special factor that a business sees to be what? A central to what? Its operation. Okay, and so now if you're able to do that and do it best, okay, lower cost, and then speed of production. Because you have the core competence, you can do it best. Someone say better, better than the other person. Best as the ultimate, and then lower cost, but with speed. It means you have the competitive advantage. Okay. Now, somebody I was discussing. Was it just this week? Somebody was asking that Coca-Cola was telling me Coca-Cola. Somebody from Coca-Cola went to Pepsi to give their secret in the production of Coca-Cola. And then when the Pepsi man received all the information, now he wanted the Pepsi people to poach him, and then he produced it. And then the Pepsi person picked a phone and called Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, there's this guy here who is bringing your secrets here. And the Coca-Cola's secret is not the taste of it, the sweetness. For the sweetness, sugar, everybody can do it. But the burr, the burr inside, okay, what shakes you when it takes you, the power that shakes you, no beverages has done that. So this Pepsi man picked the phone and called the Coca-Cola man. So, okay, don't worry. No one can imitate us. No one can mimic us. It is our secrecy. Okay? So whatever that you think he is there to do, he has failed in advance. So it means Coca-Cola has the edge, and that's what we call competitive advantage. Now, if you remember the assignment that I've started working on, your group assignment, that's what I wanted you to see, the rabbit and the tortoise. Okay, I didn't want to speak until you finish submitting the assignment. Now, each has a core competence. What rabbit has, the tortoise hasn't got it. And what the tortoise has, the rabbit hasn't got. So what happens is that each one has a core competence. And that core competence, if you harness it, it makes you popular. If you make it great, it make you popular. Okay? So what are some of the things that will make a company see core competence? Is it something not be easy for competitor to imitate? Something that a competitor cannot imitate easily. And then what you can leverage to many products and the markets the company operates and then what we contribute, okay, meaningfully or significantly to the end customer. Now, what adds to the edge? What is the edge? What the difference that thing makes? And that is the core competence. Now, indeed, the core competence and the drivers of outsourcing is the focus on core competence. If you're able to identify your core competence, the edge that other competitors do not have, you focus on it and you drive it more, and that gives you the more competence. And access to wider market, okay, is also a driver of outsourcing. First, the core competence is a driver to outsourcing. Okay, focus on the core competence is a driver to outsourcing. Then access to wider market, wider knowledge also is a driver. These are the things that making us see what indeed that can be outsourced. Now, if you have access to a wider knowledge in an area, it gives you the power to have the competences, and then that's where you can outsource or not. Anything that can improve cash flow can make you have what? Core competence, and then you can outsource. Anything that gives you the economic of scale, producing en masse, producing in large quantity, anything that can make you produce in a short time with speed and with quality, okay? It gives you what? The outsourcing edge. Then cost savings, anything that can make you save costs, okay? It also gives you what? The edge. Then anything that allows a clearer picture of actual operating costs. Now, there's something that makes you see that this is the main operating cost, and that if I focus,
the man who talk to you will need gas. Now, condition back the ceiling will go move. He say you will need gas too.
Hello.
Tomorrow one too.
Hello.
Cover. Yeah, no tell me.
Alexander.
I cover no be.
Alexander, you are using the same phone for lectures, please. So the phone has to be seized, okay? So let's finish the class before you can use the phone. Okay, anything that allows a clearer picture or actual operating costs, that you can identify the cost and then work and focus on how to reduce the cost and then make you great. And anything that allows flexibility, okay, they are all drivers of outsourcing. Now, let's look at the steps, okay. So first, you assess technology and demand trend. What are the demand trend like? Is it going low? Do you have a way of reducing, making increased demand? You talk about market access and other things. Then assess strategic alignment and then core competencies. You first have to assess technology and demand trend, then assess strategic alignment and then core competence. Then you conduct total cost analysis, okay, of you doing insourcing and then doing outsourcing. Then you compare the two. Then you consider the bigger picture. So should we gain the competitive edge, then we have to increase, okay? Do we get the bigger, how is the bigger picture going to look like? Are we still going to be in the lead? Is it going to give us the edge to lead the industry? And then we take a decision, okay? Now, I want us to look at this model before we close. Now, we have what we call outsourcing decision matrix. Outsourcing decision matrix is a model that indeed makes us take a decision. Now, sometimes we have about 12 or so products. We are not saying go and then outsource everything to some other companies. Those that you go through, you do all those analysis that you just went through the previous slides. You do all those analysis, and that will tell you this product, those products, outsource it. And this ones, you have the secrecy, you have this, you have the confidentiality, you have the power, the edge is too high, and that, so you have your market leader, market share, you don't have to outsource it. Like unlike the mining industry experience, even those that you have the bigger market share, they say you can still outsource it. Now, let's look at the model. This is what we call the outsourcing decision matrix. We want to take a decision. But these decisions lie in the 4 management strategies that we see here. We have the partnership. We have discussed partnership today. We have outsourcing. We have discussed outsourcing today. We have supply development. We have talked about supply development here. And then we have in-house. Now, They say if you want to take outsourcing decision, look at the corners and then look at the supplier competence. The corners of who? You, the organization. How core is that product? How core is that process? How core is that area that you want to outsource or make bring in-house? How corners? How core? How do you rank the corners? Okay, so for one, you are looking at corners. For instance, if Ghana Technology wants to take an outsourcing decision, he asks whether procurement and supply chain and logistics, okay, procurement, logistics and supply chain department can be outsourced. Now here you are looking at how core it is to do that. Now, if it is so core that you establish the university to teach and we are teaching, then you said it has high corners. So you measure the corners against whether indeed there's a supplier in the system who can receive the outsourced item. Now, if there's corners is not there, it's even a low core, and there's no supplier that will do it, is a different thing altogether. Let's look at the first one. The first one is saying that if you have you are in an organization, and then there's something that you want to outsource. Okay, it can be a product, it can be a service. If it has Opoku Lawrence, if it has what? High corners, it is too high. When the corners is too high, you say corners is what you establish to produce, your vision, your mission. Okay, directed that you should establish the factory, this company to produce this. So the corners is very high. So the corner is very high if you look at partnership. But still you don't have supplier competence. They say you should do what? What you need to do is what? Partner. Okay, here the supplier competence is very low. And then the corners is very high. That's where you have to do partnership. Then let's look at the 1, 2. The next one is supply development. If the corners is very high, what you establish the company to do is exactly what you are doing. And then the supplier competence. You have some suppliers who are also competent in doing the same thing. Then there's a need for us to what? Develop the supplier. Okay. Now, so the corners is high, but the supplier's competence is low. Oh, sorry, supplier competence is also high. Okay, then we do supplier development. Now, if you look at the other one, so for supplier development, the corners is low, very good. Corners is low, but the supplier has a higher competence in doing it. That's why we develop the supplier, and then you can easily later outsource. And then the last but one is outsource, where we have the corners to be very high and the supplier competence. I have it right here. Don't let me confuse you. So let's close and then let's continue from here. Eh?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So let's close here because I'm rushing to explain this one, but we are still far behind time. So let's wait, and then I'm going to send the last assignment to you. I'm going through your group assignments, and some people did not listen to some groups did not listen to some instructions, and some instructions regarding the pages was not adhered to, and it is for 20 marks. And the majority of you are doing well. There are a few that I've marked. So I'm going to give you this as assignment, and I'll give it to the class rep immediately you leave this platform. And then some people are signaling I have another class to teach. So the question is ready. What I'll do is that I will send you the instructions on the questions later. But when the course breaks, we are going to have, is it 1 week for revision? Is that it? Before exams. So
yes, Doc.
before that 1 week, we will submit our assignments, and then that's all. So for the exams, I know it's going to be cool because some areas I've already given. You are going to write 3 out of 6. Am I not a darling?
Hey.
Macho 3.
You are darling, but make it 2
Yes,
out
you
of
are.
6.
Yes, you are. Macho 3.
Yeah, I'm a darling. I'm a darling. Oh, I
Yes,
want the
you
ladies to
are.
tell me.
Yes, you
I want
are.
the ladies to tell me I'm a darling.
You are darling, but we need more areas.
Darling.
Oh,
So you are
women.
fantastic.
Women. So do you want me to
Today
pay
we're
for
giving
being
us
a
3 areas.
darling? Women, I'm a darling. But trust me,
You are
if you don't read, and if you don't read, you read the first question. Hey, this one I can answer. The second question, hey, where's your deal? The third question, answer. Then it means you are having 3 compulsory.
Hey. Yes.
You don't understand?
Yes, I understand.
The
Yes,
first,
sir.
again, the first is difficult. The second you didn't. The third one is difficult. Oh, it means the rest 3 is compulsory, whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not.
Yes. So please read for me.
Yes,
I've
sir.
given 3 areas today, even the slides. Oh, am I not a darling?
You are
Yes.
darling.
You
Give us
are.
more. Give us more.
We need,
Yes, you are.
last areas. Last area.
Specifics. Last area, we will have it next week. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And you have
So the assignment, is it going to be group work or individual? The individual work that you.
and the one that's coming is individual.
Okay.
So because of the
All
fact
right,
that it is a distance, that's why, like sometimes we do, after group work, you sometimes do presentations so that the IA wouldn't become exams. Okay, but because we are not meeting, so you're going to write an assignment. And that one,
yes.
I expect you to, please, my rule here is that if I read something and I know somebody is repeating, and especially those who go to AI to download and then they just provide everything to me. What you are downloading to send, somebody is also downloading. If I read sentence, paragraphs, and they are similar and the same, I don't know who copied from who. So 2 of you are in trouble.
Wow.
Yes. So please write your English. You write Ghana Akwamufi English like I'm speaking.
Okay, so that was what I was coming to ask, sir. You know, some lecturers like it when students give them exactly what they've been taught. Others also prefer you to use your own English according to how you got the message. So I'm pleading with you, please, before the exams, if you can have a session with us to know how you want us to answer the questions, we would really be grateful and appreciative. Thank you.
Very good. I'll do that next week when we are ending our class.
Okay, Doc, thank you.
I'll do that next week. So please do not doubt, do not copy. I've been having this, and then if you come to beg, I'll beg to read it. I will not mind you. Please write your own local English like my own. Don't go and then copy and send to me. If you copy and send to me and somebody has copied the same material, I don't know who copied from who. So both of you are in trouble. Okay. So until we meet again, please Let's say bye-bye.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
So
Take
you are
care. Yeah.
darling. You are darling.
Nice weekend.
Yes,
Bye bye.
my darling. I'm continue to be your darling.
I can't say why.